So the last final call for you to take your seats so that we can officially start with the program. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Ministers, Commissioner, distinguished representatives of the European Commission, international financial institutions, regional organizations, chambers of commerce, infrastructure managers, private sector representatives, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Transport Investment Summit in Thessaloniki. My name is Nikola Ristic and I'm Communication Officer at the Transport Community, and it will be my pleasure to guide you throughout today's program on behalf of the organizational team, the Transport Community, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the European Investment Bank. I would also like to underline that we are thankful to our hosts, the Hellenic Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, as well as WBIF, the Western Balkans Investment Framework, for support to this event. We are honored to have you with us for today's high-level discussions under the theme Delivering Growth and Competitiveness Through Connectivity. Before we begin, allow me to share a few practical notes. We kindly ask all participants to use the official terminology, a designation applied by the Transport Community in line with the relevant international agreements and established international practice. Your cooperation will ensure a smooth, respectful, and a productive exchange. We also kindly ask you to keep your mobile phones on silent mode during the sessions. The summit team will be available at the registration desk should you require any assistance throughout the day. We also kindly ask all the speakers to respect the allocated time so that we can keep the program on schedule and allow sufficient space for all intervention and exchanges. Thank you very much in this regard. Now, let me start with the official opening of this summit. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my glad pleasure to formally open today's program of the Transport Investment Summit. Today's summit brings together political leadership, European institutions, international financial institutions, the private sector, and regional partners around a shared objective: to move from priorities to projects, from projects to financing, and from financing to delivery. Because, as I believe we all share here in this room, the thought that connectivity is not only about infrastructure, it's about stronger economies, it's about more competitive businesses, it's about safer, faster, and more reliable movement of people and goods. It is about bringing the Western Balkans closer together and closer to the European Union. We will now begin with the welcoming remarks by the organizers and our host. I have the pleasure to invite to the stage Mr. Matej Zakonšek, Director of the Permanent Secretariat of the Transport Community. Dear Matej, the floor is yours.
Distinguished Deputy Prime Ministers, distinguished Commissioner, honorable ministers, excellencies, representatives of international financing institutions, business leaders, colleagues and friends. Kalimera σας, and welcome to Transport Investment Summit. It's a pleasure and honor for me to welcome you in Thessaloniki today, the city that has always been a synonym of connectivity, the synonym of openness, the synonym of connecting the world. For centuries, this port just behind me have served exactly that. This could not be a better venue for exactly this kind of event. When we were preparing this event, my team has told me, yes, but there might be a problem because there is a sound of ships coming and going with their horns. And I said, that's exactly what we want. Because the sound of the ships coming to the ports is the sound of openness, is the sound of trade, the sound of opportunity, the sound of connectivity. Allow me at this point to express the gratitude to our hosts, our Greek hosts, specifically to the Minister Dimas and his team for making this event possible. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. When we gather today, we look around this room, we have more than 300 participants, and out of this, we have 2 deputy prime ministers, 8 ministers, European Commissioner, we have senior representatives of international financing institutions, vice presidents sitting here, and more than 130 companies. And that's exactly the community that we need to make the difference that we want. Because the transport, in its essence, it's not only about the infrastructure. It's not only about the trains, about the planes, about the roads. It's about the people. Too often, we measure our success in kilometers or in the tonnage. But what connectivity brings, and that's the uniqueness of our work and the purpose of it, is the connectivity that enables the life of our people, the life of our communities, the life of our businesses. For the patients to reach the medical care, for the students to reach the education, for entrepreneurs to reach new markets, and for our communities to prosper. Connectivity itself, it's not the goal. What the goal is an enabler of opportunities for all of us. Our region in this respect, our beautiful part of Europe, is not a periphery. It's the heartland of the new European connectivity policy. And I'm sure that Commissioner Tzitzikostas will talk more about this. The investments that we are discussing today are not only bringing the new connectivity, they are redefining the way the Europe sees itself and its position in the world. Competitiveness, resilience, the way we work together. And that's the essential part of what we are discussing today. As many of you may know, this is also the end of my mandate as a Director of Transport Community Permanent Secretariat, and therefore it's one of the final opportunities that I have to address you in this capacity. Over the years, we have worked together for reforms, for investments, for everything that we have done in the last 6 years. We have celebrated successes and we have navigated difficult moments. But above all, what we have built, and this is what I'm the most proud of, is partnership, is community. If you want, transport community. So I was asked yesterday at the reception by the director of the French Development Agency, Arnaud, what is the one lesson that I want to take forward? And the one lesson that will stay with me is that the progress is not made by the documents. It's not made by the documents alone. It's made by the people like you who decide to trust each other. And that's the basis of it. Without trust, there is no success. There is nothing to show. With trust, as a basis of it, everything is possible. So, throughout my mandate, I have seen that trust between the ministers when they're championing difficult reforms, among financial institutions investing in projects in the region, among business leaders who trust the region, who invest in the region, and of course, across many colleagues that are here today and in administration, as well as the Transport Community Permanent Secretariat, who are working hard to make this a reality. So for that, I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you for your partnership, thank you for your trust, and thank you above all for your friendship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Matej, for these opening remarks. Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Mark Bowman, Vice President for Policy and Partnerships at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Mr. Bowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say that it's a real pleasure to be here joining you in Thessaloniki for this Transport Investment Summit and to speak on behalf of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. This event builds on the positive experience of our previous Western Balkans rail and road summits and underlines our shared commitment to sustainable, resilient and better connected transport systems for all. And for me, this is an opportunity to reiterate the EBRD's continued support for the development of sustainable and resilient transport infrastructure in the Western Balkans, as well as in Ukraine and Moldova. I'd very much like to thank the co-organizers of this event, the transport community and the EIB. And Matej, let me take this opportunity to say it's a pleasure to speak after you, and I want to thank you for all the work you've achieved, everything you've achieved under your mandate. And of course, I want to thank the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport of the Hellenic Republic for hosting us here today. We meet in this fantastic city, in this fantastic venue right at the heart of the port, as was just said. This city, a meeting point of Europe and the wider neighbourhood, connecting maritime gateways, rail corridors, logistic chains and regional markets. We also meet at a decisive moment for our wider region and for Europe as a whole. In the Western Balkans, transport connectivity is not only a matter of competitiveness and regional integration, it's also a clear expression of the European future to which these countries aspire. In Ukraine, transport infrastructure has become a lifeline of national resilience, sustaining trade, supporting communities, and laying the groundwork for recovery. And in Moldova, stronger road, rail, and logistics links are essential not only for advancing Moldova's own path towards the European Union, but also for connecting Ukraine more effectively to European markets. Across all of these geographies, the need for smarter, faster, and more sustainable transport links has never been clearer. Connectivity is about resilience, opportunity, and the confidence that countries can move forward together. At EBRD, we believe transport is one of the great enablers of growth, integration, and stability. But the systems we invest in must also be fit for the future, safer, greener, and more resilient. In the Western Balkans, that means accelerating the shift to rail, strengthening cross-border corridors, and supporting the alignment with the EU's regulations and standards. It also means strengthening institutions and market frameworks so that investment is matched by stronger governance and better delivery. I'm very pleased that to date the EBRD has financed over €5 billion in more than 90 transport projects across the entire Western Balkans, critical connectivity projects, rail and road, many of which co-finance with our partners such as the EU and the EIB. In Ukraine, it means sustaining logistics today to support the economy while preparing a strong pipeline of projects for recovery and reconstruction. The EU-Ukraine Solidarity Lanes initiative, developed with Ukraine and Moldova, has shown what a determined and coordinated action can achieve in keeping trade moving through rail, road and inland waterways under the most difficult conditions. To date, the bank has provided over €2.6 billion in 43 projects to support Ukraine's transport sector, railways, roads and logistics projects. In Moldova, it means enhancing resilience and reinforcing the country's role as a gateway between Ukraine and the European Union. To date, the EBRD has financed approximately €860 million in 15 projects, including several road rehabilitation projects and crisis response railway projects. In all of these regions, EBRD support also means accelerating low-carbon solutions, strengthening climate resilience, and embracing digital innovation and creating the conditions for greater private sector participation. The scale of the challenge, the scale of the investment needs requires both public commitment and the mobilisation of private capital and expertise. And in every case, reforms and investment must go hand in hand, because sustainable transport systems are built not only with capital, but with institutions that can plan, regulate, maintain, and deliver over the long term. Building modern transport infrastructure is not simply a question of financing individual assets. It demands reforms that make systems work better, stronger project preparation, faster and more transparent procurement, clearer governance of transport institutions and state-owned operators, smarter border management and customs procedures, and better maintenance, safety and operational performance. And of course, collaboration and strategic coordination is vital. We're pleased to work very closely with our partners in the transport community, in the European Investment Bank, and this summit in itself is important because it brings together those who can shape outcomes: governments, international financial institutions, the European Union, private investors and project sponsors. Over the course of this summit, we should focus on 4 key questions. First of all, which projects are ready to advance? Secondly, what reforms are needed to accelerate delivery? Third, how can we strengthen coordination amongst donors and financiers? And fourth, how can we build a stronger pipeline of bankable investments that can attract both public and private support? The challenge is clear, and we are confident that based on our joint efforts and strong cooperation with governments, partner institutions and investors, we can build transport systems that bring markets closer together, widen opportunity and strengthen the resilience of these regions for decades to come. Across all of these efforts, our purpose is clear: to help design and deliver transport investments that strengthen connectivity, support economic integration and advance the green transition for the benefits of communities and businesses. The EBRD is proud to stand ready to support advancing this agenda. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a highly productive and successful summit.
Thank you very much. I'll continue with the European Investment Bank, and it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Robert de Groot, Vice President at the European Investment Bank. Mr. de Groot, please.
Dear host, Minister Dimas, dear Commissioner Tzitzikostas, distinguished Deputy Prime Ministers, Ministers, dear Director of the Transport Community, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to join you here in this vibrant and dynamic town for this Transport Investment Summit. And the European Investment Bank is proud to support this event. And I would like to warmly thank our Greek hosts, as well as all of you, for contributing to what is ultimately a discussion about delivery, how we turn strategic ambition into concrete projects on the ground. And the transport community plays a central role in this effort. It matters. Today's summit matters. Connectivity is essential not only for growth and competitiveness, but also for resilience and increasingly for Europe's security. Better connections do not happen by declaration alone. They require solid preparation, structured financing, effective coordination, and strong implementing capacity. They demand institutions working together across borders and sectors, and a clear pipeline of credible, bankable projects that can move from planning to execution and delivery. We are a long-standing partner to the Western Balkans, as well as to Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. For decades, we have supported infrastructure, resilience, regional cooperation, and economic convergence with the European Union. Through our advisory services, we have helped strengthen strategies and project preparation, building a strong understanding of both the needs and the potential of our partners. And this is reflected in our recent activity. Transport represents the largest share of our investments in the Western Balkans. In 2025, the EIB invested over 800 million in the region, including almost 350 million in sustainable transport. In Ukraine, we provided 1.5 billion in financing, including 300 million in transport. Transport remains central to our engagement because it's one of the most effective ways to enhance connectivity, deepen regional integration, and support economic growth. The projects we are financing are not isolated. They are parts of a wider regional network whose value depends on continuity across borders, interoperability, and coordinated action among all partners. And this brings me to a broader point. Connectivity is not an end in itself. Stronger transport links enable countries to trade more easily, compete more effectively, and attract foreign investment. They reduce not only physical distances, but also economic and political ones. And they make European integration more tangible for citizens and businesses. So let me conclude with a simple message. The priorities are clear, the strategic importance of the corridors are well understood, the benefits of closer links between EU candidate countries and the European Union are evident. Our task is now to continue to improve delivery, better project preparation, stronger coordination, smarter financing structures, and more effective implementation on the ground. And this requires us to work together with the invaluable support of the European Commission, with our financing partners, and with all of you here today. And if we succeed, connectivity will become not just an objective, but a powerful driver of competitiveness, resilience, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much, and I look forward very much to this summit.
Thank you very much, Mr. de Groot. It is now my honor to invite our host, representing the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport of the Hellenic Republic. Please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Christos Stavroudimos, Minister of Infrastructure and Transport of the Hellenic Republic. Minister, the floor is yours.
Dear Deputy Prime Ministers, dear Commissioner, dear Ministers, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Greek government, I would like to welcome all participants in Thessaloniki for this meaningful summit that aims at exchanging knowledge and best practices and discussing ways to overcome challenges when developing transport infrastructure within the TEN-T network in the Western Balkans and observing participants. Allow me, first of all, to thank Commissioner Apostolos Gigikostas, and I'm very happy to welcome you, Apostolos, here in your hometown in Thessaloniki. Mark Baumann, the Vice President of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Robert de Groothe, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Marian Jean Marinescu, the Coordinator of the Western Balkan Eastern Mediterranean Corridor. And last but not least, the Director of the Permanent Secretariat of the Transport Community, Matej Zakonisek, who actually presented me with the idea of this conference 1 year ago, and we wholeheartedly inherited the idea in the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. Matej, you might be leaving the transport community. I know that you're not leaving Greece, so we will make sure to take advantage of you and your knowledge in order to further proceed in important transport projects we have. Special thanks, though, also for their participation and welcome goes to our partners of the Western Balkans. I want to thank Alexander, Edin, Enkeleida, Dimal, Philippe, Vladimir, and Serhi, the ministers from the 6 Western Balkan countries, but also from Moldova and Ukraine. And I also want to thank my colleagues in the Greek government, Deputy Minister Goulekas, Deputy Minister of Infrastructure and Transport Nikos Tachiaos, who I have to acknowledge publicly that his role in shaping transport and infrastructure policy in Greece has been pivotal in the last years. So the Western Balkans Eastern Mediterranean corridor is not merely a transport project. It is a strategic investment in Europe's cohesion, competitiveness, and resilience. In today's geopolitical environment, connectivity is no longer only an infrastructure objective, it is a strategic capability for Europe's strategic autonomy. Our priority must now be clear: to move from planning to implementation, from ambition to delivery. Transport, energy, logistics, digital infrastructure must be approached as interconnected pillars of Europe's long-term competitiveness. Investment in connectivity must deliver practical results and tangible benefits for citizens, businesses, and local communities. Today's discussion is an opportunity to strengthen cooperation and turn shared priorities into concrete action. The Transport Investment Summit strategically positions Greece as the European gateway for connectivity between the Western Balkans, the Black Sea region, and the Eastern Mediterranean, reinforcing our role as well as our responsibility as a regional transport, logistics, and investments hub at the intersection of key EU enlargement and resilience priorities. We have actually been pioneering within our EU family for the concept of addressing security, energy, transport, ports, and digital infrastructure, not as separate fields, but as interconnected pillars by leveraging our geostrategic and geo-economic position. Greece is emerging as a critical hub of stability, serving as a bridge connecting the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans with the rest of Europe. To serve this purpose, the Greek government is systematically investing in a comprehensive infrastructure framework based on the logic of the Trans-European TEN-T network and its ability to connect through Greece with international networks. Two major European corridors running through Greece, the Baltic Black Sea Aegean Sea corridor, the BBA, as it is more known, and the Western Balkans Eastern Mediterranean corridor, establishing Greece as a critical gateway. At the same time, international connectivity projects such as IMEC render Greece and the Eastern Mediterranean even more valuable as critical nodes for the global networks and value chains. The Western Balkans Eastern Mediterranean corridor is more than a transport axis. It is a strategic investment in European cohesion, competitiveness, and resilience. At a time of growing economic and geopolitical uncertainty and rapidly changing realities, connectivity has become not simply a matter of infrastructure, but a matter of strategic capability, and of course an opportunity to strengthen Europe's long-term resilience and strategic autonomy. So our common challenge, as I said before, is now clear: to move decisively from planning to implementation. This also requires us to view transport, energy, logistics, and digital infrastructure not as separate priorities, but as interconnected pillars for future EU competitiveness. So today's discussion does offer an opportunity to exchange practical ideas, strengthen cooperation, and ensure that investments generate tangible benefits for all of us, whether that is countries, citizens, businesses, and the future generations. So I wish all of you a very productive discussion. Thank you very much for your presence, and I would like to take the opportunity and ask the Deputy Minister of Interior and responsible for Macedonia and Thrace, Kostas Goulekas, to give a short note. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Minister of the Government of Moldova, dear Commissioner, distinguished ministers, Dear Excellencies, dear friends and colleagues, it is a distinct honor and a true privilege to welcome you to Thessaloniki today. You are in a country where hospitality is a tradition and was born on this region. We stand in the geographical and historical shadow of Mount Olympus, the ancient home of the 12 gods and the birthplace of Xenios, Zeus, the protector of hospitality, guests, and travelers. We are precisely in this spirit of God, mutual respect, and open-hearted collaboration that will come you to Greece, and especially that will come you to the capital city of Macedonia, to Thessaloniki. Allow me to introduce you to our region, a region that is rapidly defining its role on the global map. Today, Greece, and especially the northern Greece, emerging as a world-class transport, energy, and logistics hub. We serve as the natural gateway connected Europe to Asia and the Mediterranean to the wider Balkan region. Dear guests, Greece has left the deep economic challenges of the past decade far behind. Today, through hard work and structural reforms, our country records some of the most impressive and resilient growth rates within the entire Eurozone. As the Deputy Ministry of Interior responsible for the sector of Macedonia and Thrace, we have daily cooperation with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, the Minister Christos Dimas, and we are pushing forward a massive wave of public works. In fact, in the coming weeks, we are proud to be delivering the next major extension of the Thessaloniki Metro, a milestone project that physically symbolizes our transition into a new modern era. We view our region as an open, continuous economic space, fundamentally linked with all our Balkan neighbors. By combining the power of our four ports, our digital networks, and our shared vision, it is entirely in our hands to transform Southeast Europe into a region where development and prosperity run at a rising pace. Furthermore, within the framework of our strategy, we have already initiated a series of official visits to our Balkan neighbors. We have recently traveled to Sofia, Belgrade, and Bucharest. To make these missions truly effective, we traveled with a strong delegation that included our university rectors and vice-rectors, as well as the presidents of our chambers of commerce and business associations, and many businessmen too. This is only the first step of the larger plan, as we intend to continue these outreach tours to all Balkan countries. By bringing together our academic institutions and our business leaders, we are actively creating the strong partnerships needed to bring growth and stability to our entire region. Ultimately, we strongly want close cooperation with all our neighbor countries, firmly believing that by working together, we can address common challenges and build a prosperous shared future for our countries and Southeast Europe. When we look across this room today, we see our neighbors, not only official representatives on foreign states. We see our strategic partners, and above all, we see our friends, with whom we share common challenges, and I deep believe that we share common opportunities. Through regional cooperation, there is absolutely no limit to what we can achieve. With these thoughts, I welcome again to Greece and especially to Thessaloniki. I look forward to a brilliant, spectacular results we will undoubtedly achieve by working together. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much to the both ministers for a warm welcome and for Greece's leadership in hosting this Transport Investment Summit here in Thessaloniki. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the keynote address, and it is a particular honor to welcome a strong European voice for sustainable transport, tourism, connectivity and regional integration. The European Union's engagement is essential for turning transport corridors into corridors of opportunity by connecting markets, improving competitiveness, supporting reforms, and bringing the region closer to the EU single market. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Apostolos Tsikostas, European Commissioner for Sustainable Transport and Tourism, for his keynote address. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Thessaloniki. Welcome to Macedonia. It is a great privilege for me to be here with you and a pleasure to join you at today's Transport Investment Summit. And I want to reassure you that the fact that the European Commissioner for Transport is from Thessaloniki is just a coincidence of where the Investment Summit is happening today. And of course, I would like to thank the Transport Community Secretariat, the EIB, the EBRD, for bringing together policymakers, investors, financial institutions, and of course, industry representatives around a very specific shared objective: building a modern, sustainable, and resilient transport network in our wider region. One that connects people, economies, and opportunities all across Europe. And I would also like to express my gratitude to the Greek Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport for hosting us here in Thessaloniki, particularly Minister Dimas, alternate Minister Tachiaos, and of course the host Minister for Macedonia and Thrace, Mr. Goulekas, who is here with us. As you know, my dear friends, this city holds a special significance, and not only because it is my hometown, not only because it is the land of Mount Olympus, of Alexander the Great, or of Aristotle. It was here in 2003 that the leaders of the EU, its member states, and the Western Balkan partners adopted a declaration that for the first time unequivocally affirmed the Western Balkans' European future. And I remember that moment very vividly, being governor of Central Macedonia back that day. The message was very clear. The future of the Balkans is within the European Union. More than 2 decades later, we have seen major achievements. But unfortunately, we are also seeing significant challenges. And today we stand at the beginning of a new chapter. 2 weeks ago at the EU Western Balkan Summit in Montenegro, the European leaders reaffirmed the commitment that was made here in 2003. And they also recognized that in a world of growing uncertainty, enlargement is a strategic investment in our shared stability, prosperity, and security. But commitment must be matched with delivery. Enlargement is a process of transformation. It requires determination, reforms, and sustained investment. Allow me, therefore, to repeat a message that I delivered at the Transport Community Ministerial Councils in Brussels last December. The time has come to fulfill the promise made in Thessaloniki in 2003. And transport investment has a critical role to play in making that promise a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, connectivity brings Europe economies closer together, reduces barriers to trade, strengthens competitiveness, and accelerates convergence with the EU. Modern transport infrastructure helps businesses access markets, attract investment, support tourism, create jobs, and improve citizens' daily lives. It also strengthens resilience and security in the region. And that is why this summit is so timely. The EU has set out a clear vision for the future of connectivity through the revised TEN-T regulation. It sets ambitious milestones that will shape Europe's growth, competitiveness, security, and territorial cohesion. Connectivity with the Western Balkans, Ukraine, and Moldova is central to this agenda. Investing in these links will be key driver of integration, economic resilience, and shared prosperity for the long term. And today we must translate this framework into accelerated delivery on the ground. Dear friends, we have immense opportunity ahead of us. But the challenges are also very significant, as I said earlier. Completing missing links and removing long-standing bottlenecks will require sustained investment in rail, road, ports, inland waterways, and airports across our region. The EU is already an unprecedented contribution in the region of the Western Balkans through the growth plan. Yet, we all recognize that public funding alone is certainly not sufficient. The challenge before us is therefore not only to mobilize financing, it is to mobilize partnerships between governments and international financial institutions, between regional partners and between the public and the private sectors. Dear colleagues, the success of the TEN-T extension depends fundamentally on regional cooperation. Transport corridors do not stop at national borders. A railway is only as efficient as its weakest cross-border section. A parts hinterland connection allows us to reach our full potential. This is why the work of the transport community is so important. And I want to congratulate you for your amazing work all these years and the very good collaboration that the European Commission had with you all these years. And of course, it provides the platform through which partners can align priorities, coordinate investments, and solve common challenges. It is also why the new European transport corridors, including the Western Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean corridor, and the corridors extending to Ukraine and Moldova, are game changers today. They are much more than transport routes, and we need to understand that. They are strategic connections within the EU, as well as between the EU and our neighboring partners. In a world where supply chains are increasingly exposed to disruptions, as we see lately, investing in efficient and resilient corridors buys us more stability. The finalization of the corridor work plans this year will indeed mark a very important milestone. It is then our collective responsibility to ensure that concrete delivers follows on the ground, with clear timelines and accountability. And I want to be very, very specific. The European Commission will be following very closely the projects that we will agree on, that they respect the timelines and that they are fully accountable. We need to prioritize projects with the greater regional impact. We need to ensure interoperability. We need to accelerate implementation and maintain close cooperation between all the stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, not all investment is equal. Quality matters as much as quantity. We need infrastructure that is sustainable, climate resilient, and digitally enabled, and able to support military mobility wherever it is needed. We must also pay close attention to the security of critical infrastructure, ensuring that investments in strategic assets are consistent with long-term reliance and resilience. This requires openness to innovation and to expertise. And this brings me, of course, to the role of our companies in delivering on our transport ambitions. Because without our companies, we will never accomplish our goals. After all, Europe is home to world-leading engineering firms, construction companies, technology providers, railway manufacturers, logistics operators, and infrastructure investors. And at the same time, the Western Balkans, Ukraine and Moldova, can boast growing local expertise, entrepreneurship, and a highly skilled workforce. If we combine our strengths, the results will be stronger projects, better value for money, and faster convergence to the EU standards, which for us is a key priority. So let's ensure that information about upcoming projects is transparent, accessible, and communicated early. We must strengthen procurement systems and project the pipelines. We must create investment conditions that are predictable, fair, and competitive. And we must encourage partnerships that facilitate knowledge transfer, skills development, and technological upgrades. Greater participation by both EU and local companies will improve implementation, develop local supply chains, create quality jobs, and strengthen the long-term economic benefits of transport investment. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the coming years will be decisive. The deadlines established under the TEN-T framework are ambitious, but I am confident that we can succeed if we work together in collaboration and with a clear target. This summit is definitely an opportunity to move from discussion to implementation, to clarify priorities, to strengthen partnerships, and improve coordination across all stakeholders. This is why we are here, and this is why we need to make the utmost of this summit today. Together, we can transform plans into projects, projects into infrastructure, and infrastructure into lasting prosperity for citizens. This is our goal, and this is what we will all achieve together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your keynote address and for setting the European perspective for today's discussion. your message is a timely reminder that transport connectivity is one of the most concrete ways to bring regions closer together through infrastructure, standards, reforms, investment, and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with our first high-level session, delivering the 10T extension, infrastructure priorities and investment challenges in the Western Balkans. The extension of the Trans-European Transport Network is one of the most important strategic framers for the Western Balkans, but also for the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine. It gives direction, it gives structure, and it gives a shared European ambition. To open the discussion, we will begin with a sense-setting intervention by Mr. Marian-Jean Marinescu, the Western Balkans Eastern Mediterranean Corridor Coordinator. Mr. Marinescu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, Deputy Prime Ministers, Commissioner, Ministers, distinguished guests, please allow me to congratulate first the organizers of this summit, DG Move, Transport Community, European banks, Greek minister, of course, because it's a good moment. There are the last opportunities for the actual MFF and to prepare the projects for the next MFF, which is starting in 2008. As it was said, I am the coordinator for the Western Balkans Eastern Mediterranean Corridor. As you know, we have to prepare a work plan. I discussed with all of you this topic in the last year and a half. And the work plan is finalized and it will be sent this week for the last examination of the countries and partners. I have here an extract, a small extract from the work plan. This is rail, road. As you see, there is not so much green, which means complying with the KPIs, key performance indicators in 2030. But I want to emphasize the great effort of the 6 partners from Western Balkans, that it's a great effort, in my opinion, 11.2 billion investment. For these countries with not a large budget, in my opinion, it's an important effort. We still miss 25 billion investment, and this is the topic that should be discussed in this summit. But money is not enough, of course. You need money to invest, but also you need other important actions. Political will is necessary, first of all, and to provide continuity and stability. And I think that this work plan and the next, I hope, high-level agreements will contribute to this, to have stable and predictable infrastructure planning, to have communication and transparency with the potential investors. We need legislation, we need harmonization of legislation. The cross borders are also very important, so you need to transpose the EU legislation and in the same time to harmonize all the national legislation or specifications necessary for connectivity. We need a high level quality for preparation of the projects. You know that when you have a project very well prepared, the implementation it's easier. And we need the local partners to be supported, to develop small SMEs, to develop SMEs and then to make partnerships with EU companies. It was said already here that we need intervention of EU companies in this area. And the last thing that I would like to emphasize is that the next MFF is coming, is starting in 2008. You need mature projects till then in order to apply and to receive money. Money will be in the next MFF from EU, of course, will continue to finance this area, but in the same time, you need also financial institutions, and for this, it's necessary to have mature projects. So I hope that this summit will put some ideas in directions where to go in this in the next period, and I wish you all the best discussions possible in this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marinescu, for framing the discussion and for highlighting the strategic importance of the Western Balkans East of the Mediterranean corridor. I now have the honor to introduce our distinguished speakers for the first session. His Excellency Mr. Alexander Nikolovsky, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Transport of North Macedonia. His Excellency Mr. Dimal Basha, Minister of Infrastructure of Kosovo. His Excellency Mr. Filip Radulovic, Minister of Maritime Affairs and Coordinator for the Ministry of Transport of Montenegro. Mr. Mihailo Vesovic, Deputy President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Serbia. Ms. Irena Brajovic, Director of Confindustria, and Mr. Vojin Zajic, Subdivision Manager at Strabag. This session will be moderated by our Matej Zakonšek, Director of the Permanent Secretariat of the Transport Community. Matej, panelists, the floor is yours.
So now the real work starts. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much to all speakers for their introductory words. And thank you very much for all the panelists today for coming here. I think that we are waiting for also... yes, exactly. So I think, do we have everybody? Exactly. I know when somebody is missing, so welcome, Minister. So first of all, one big round of applause for all the participants. And thank you very much for coming. Hello, Deputy Prime Minister. It's really a great pleasure to have all of you here. And it's really my great pleasure also to have representatives of the private sector, of the voices of the business. And I'm really looking for this discussion today. So a lot has been said what was already achieved in the region, and a lot has been already said what still we need to do in the region in order to reach our common goal of really comprehensive European transport network that goes beyond borders, that goes beyond individual regional partners, and really connect the Southeast Europe in one region. So today's discussion will frame this specific political vision into concrete examples of what specifically needs to happen for us to reach this goal and how to do it. So in today's discussion, we are less interested in what was already achieved in the past, but more interested to really tell us what are the essential links that need to happen in order for us to achieve this vision. So thank you very much for coming, and I will go straight to the first question. Deputy Prime Minister Nikolovsky, welcome. It was already mentioned also here today, the Corridor 10 is one of the essential gateways of the region. It's one of the essential gateways also connecting Europe, connecting South Europe with North Europe, connecting the continent. In your vision, what still needs to happen in order for this corridor, specifically on the rail, to really start living and delivering on this vision?
Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the host, the Greek government, the minister. Thank you for the invitation and hospitality, and really it's nice to be here. You will excuse me for my voice. It was a really tough agenda these days, so a little bit of cold in summer. For me, Corridor 10 is the most vivid economic corridor in Europe. not only because it connects Europe end to end, so from Port of Piraeus in Athens to Helsinki literally, but as well because if we use wisely and smart Corridor 10, in that case, we can completely shift the economy in southeastern and central Europe. Everyone knows that if a vessel docks here in Thessaloniki or in Piraeus port in Athens, it is 21 to 22 days shorter than docking in Hamburg or Antwerp or anywhere in the northern ports. The only reason why this is not happening that much and that often is because supporting especially railway infrastructure is needed, and there the start is good. Already there is fast railway between Athens and Thessaloniki. Belgrade-Budapest is already done. Now I know that our colleagues from Serbia are working on Belgrade-Niš. What is missing is the part between Niš, Skopje and Thessaloniki. On our side, we have started a very, very ambitious program, and we are by its completion, which means that this autumn, somewhere in October or November, we will start with construction of fast railway on the entire Corridor 10, border with Serbia, border with Greece. It will be fast railway, 160 to 200 kilometers per hour passenger and 120 kilometers per hour cargo or freight. The ambition is to finish it in 5 years. The project will cost at least 2 billion euro. The funding is secured through the strategic partnership agreement that we have signed with United Kingdom. The conditions are very affordable, which means that this autumn we are starting, and I think in not more than 5 years there will be a fast railway that we will be able to use for cargo, but as well for passengers. It will shift the reality in the region. Skopje Thessaloniki will be 1 hour and 25 minutes. Literally, people could come here for lunch and go back home. Skopje Belgrade will be 2.5 hours, so completely different reality. And a cargo train from Athens will be in Vienna in less than 24 hours, from Thessaloniki to Budapest in around 12 to 14 hours. So complete change of the reality.
This is exactly the numbers that we need, from time to investments that we need to make it a real change on the ground. And you have identified rail as one of the biggest area that needs most of our attention in the upcoming future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deputy Minister Mucha, thank you very much for coming here. So the neighbor, Albania, and the position of Albania is also the one where Corridor 8 starts, where basically connection between the Black Sea and Mediterranean is really there. The promise is there. At the same time, when we talk about with investors, they basically say, yes, we need new projects, but what we need also is predictability. It's the reform, it's interoperability between the neighbors. So what is Albania doing when it comes to specifically connections with its neighbors, and how does it see its role in this region?
Dear Matej, thank you very much. We avail ourselves on this opportunity to greet to all of you participants from the DG Move TCT, Your Excellencies, representatives, high representatives from the region, to also deliver, let's say, our thoughts on what connectivity means for Albania nowadays. Is really a privilege to share it with you, and as a matter of fact, we have used any opportunity, dear Matej, because in what we are hearing in your speech, the word predictability with regard to infrastructure is something which is absolutely structured already in the terms of the legal frameworks which Albania has already adopted, in what is an enactment at the level of the Council of Ministers in our country. We have already a strategic project pipeline which is already published, very well known, discussed, open for any consideration which may come from all the interested parties, and here we are not limiting to what public authorities or relevant, especially countries of the region, could have to discuss with Albania with regard to this, but especially international financial institutions who, as a matter of fact, have entrusted. And we are very happy to share with you that major infrastructure projects in rail nowadays are highly supported by the European Investment Bank and grants already granted to Albania. And we are absolutely happy to deliver that in a strong approach, which is related with interconnectivity and interoperability, which is at stake between countries, our neighboring countries, and we're speaking here for the Montenegro, for the very esteemed, highly representatives here, Deputy Prime Minister of the North Macedonia. We are under discussions and we are sure that we're going to deepen them with regard to assuring on the ground that level of interoperability that will be required in order for the road, the Corridor 8, let's say connectivity on the road, but also on the rail, to be a reality for this country. This on both issues, interoperability and connectivity. Albania, under accession process with the European Union, we have a very strong commitment under closing benchmarks in order to achieve a very highly, not only legislative framework, but especially increasing capacities and providing plans to everybody to know what exactly could be these capacities in order to have a project cycle management which is fully there, already in place, but let's say improved with all those capacities which will be needed for projects which are not only related with infrastructure and quality, but especially with a dual purpose perspective, for which under Corridor 8, dear colleagues and dear friends, we believe is something which is absolutely and highly accentuated under our internal perspective, but also political and contractual initiative. So thank you very much, Matej, for the opportunity to share these developments on our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And again, it's clear for me that the rail and the focus on rail is something which is very, very much in place. And this is also something that comes very strongly both from North Macedonia as well as Albania, I would say, from the entire region. But now I would like to turn to the private sector in order to, of course, we hear the vision, we hear the commitment. At the same time, Mr. Vojin Zajic from Strabag, I would like to bring the private sector in. You are the contractor. You are actually doing the things on the ground. If we have, all this commitment when it comes to the, all the regional partners, on the other hand, the support of the EU, the financing available, what are the biggest problems that the projects are not then going faster? You have the first-hand experience. What do you need in order to deliver faster?
Distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear Matej, on behalf of Strabag, thank you for giving us this opportunity to have the voice in front of all the contractors, our colleagues. It is a complex topic, and it is not only one factor. Rather, this is the combined, simultaneously, events coming to a place, and everything starts with tender preparation, or even before with design issuing, design preparation. We are often facing low quality, insufficient input. This is engineering part, input data, pressures on time to prepare design documents to issue tenders are high, and this is then opening the gateways to the further problems. Low quality and quite lengthy procedure before this is being done. Next piece of the puzzle is that evaluation of the tender by the designated committees are often lasting 6 to 12 months. So from the time that the tender is submitted, by the time some kind of decision is reached and the contract is commenced, awarded, often we are looking at 1 year. This is average time. We could face much longer periods. Couple this with the fact that land acquisition often is missing, that even the contracts are awarded without building permits, or that they are awarding based on the outdated or the outlived building permits, which are then being changed. This is immediately bringing project into the stage where multiple variations will have to occur, often maybe big disputes and claims between the employers and the contractors. Then again, we are looking at dispute resolution and decision-making process, which is lengthy. It requires clients, it requires also the financial institutions behind these tenders. And one thing adds to another and adds to another, so the time of the execution is growing. Last but not least, and also depending on the tender criteria, often we see contractors with low or quite lack in the financial capabilities, in the performance capacities, and of course this is a big element. Then those companies, they don't have the strength to push the project forward in spite of all these challenges.
This is really an excellent point, and if I summarize them in one, it's basically preparation. We are talking about the projects which are mature in every possible way, being prepared on the ground, having supporting documentation, having the legal status already, and so on, and that is the key. So this is also perhaps then a homework for us, international institutions, where we can perhaps lend hand to the regional partners to see that actually the projects, once they come to the stage, are actually already, let's say, mature to the level that creates less of the delays or no delays if possible. And that is perhaps something really important. I will go to Minister Radulovic on that. Montenegro, is that the is Montenegro doing is Montenegro recognizing the problems that were just mentioned by Mr. Zajic, and are you thinking about actually how to address that in order to lower the time between the project preparation and then actually delivery on the ground? Are these issues, do you recognize them?
Yeah, we absolutely recognize them. It's something that we're trying to work on as a government, and have been trying to work on for the last couple of years intensively, leveraging expert help, leveraging expertise from the European Commission, internally working on strengthening these things. We're trying to piece together and make things far more efficient than they have been in the past. So it's something that we're aware of. It's something that in terms of capacity building takes a little bit of time, but it's something that's definitely been recognized by our government, and we'll be working on it in the past.
And when it comes to the key infrastructure projects in Montenegro, specifically, of course, connecting it to the Port of Bar, the maritime aspect of this, how do you combine this into an overall strategy? So what is the focus when it comes to that?
So when we talk about the Port of Bar, my colleague from Northern Macedonia mentioned something quite important. A significant portion of cargo coming from East Asia to Europe bypasses the Western Balkans, and instead of being able to naturally offer cost savings on transportation costs, they completely bypass the Western Balkans. In Montenegro, in particular, in our port, we're able to, geographically speaking, offer shorter transportation costs from Montenegro to Serbia and to the rest of European corridors in Central Europe. However, we've been lagging behind in the years past. Luka Koper in Slovenia has more than 20 times more throughput a year. Rijeka in Croatia has 8 times more containers on a yearly basis. So the Port of Bar really needs to kind of step up to the plate. I always say, and I know my colleagues here recognize this as well, you can't have a strong port without strong rail, in particular rail, as well as road infrastructure. That's why we've been focusing last couple of years on working with IFIs to position ourselves for some important projects coming down the pipeline. EIB and EBRD are ready to finance and have allocated funding for the first portion of the rail from the Port of Bar to the capital city of Podgorica. We expect the tender to be released in the beginning of next year. They've already shown interest in the rest of the portion from Podgorica up to the north. So we're continuing having these conversations with our IFIs, and we recognize the importance of having the rail fully up to speed and able to unlock the capacity needed to really unlock the potential of the Port of Bar.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting the network effect that we would like to see. Of course, the rail in itself needs to be connected to the ports, because the ports need to be connected to the rail and to the roads and to inland waterways, and that's the heart of the 10T that we are discussing. So I think this is really the crucial and the key issue. Minister Basha, we were discussing a big infrastructure projects on the Corridor 10, the big corridors connecting the region. But when it comes to how do we make sure that the investors also finance the projects which are, let's say, smaller in size, but equally important when it comes to what they represent for the connectivity. So what does it mean, and how do we make sure that the projects which perhaps are not 6 billion euros, but perhaps are lower in the value, but equally important, how do we make sure that we find the investors, that we actually deliver them, because equally they form the part of the puzzle? Please.
Thank you so much, Matej. Let me first thank the host, Mr. Dimas, for hosting this beautiful town of Thessaloniki. It's a great pleasure being here. It's great to be among the colleagues here. This is a great opportunity to emphasize the importance of networking, which brings people together, brings countries together. And coming back to your question, Matej, how do we make sure we don't leave them behind is by supporting them. So Kosovo is a small country of 1.6 million people, but has a very, it's economically viable. For the last 5 years, Kosovo has been having the largest economic growth in the Western Balkans. It's a very bright future ahead of us. And even though we're having some struggle in the rehabilitation of Corridor 10, we have major plans in hope of getting support and assistance in 2 major corridors, 2 major feed networks. One major railway that we are planning as a government is linking Pristina with Port of Durrës. So Durrës would be an additional feed to Corridor 10, and we already have a feasibility study that would connect the seaport with a planned dry port inside Pristina, and that could serve an additional logistical distribution center for Western Balkans, but also for Europe. And I think that we need to make sure the smaller countries are not left out, because we have to grow together. And that could be economically viable, but also it had the feasibility study, for example, Matej, came with a positive social feedback. And we have to make sure the externality problem where we avoid more than 1 million cars driving through the highways by having the new railway. And that could bring additional positive environmental impact. Because a problem, environmental negative impact in Kosovo is a problem for the region. And I think we expect this to be included part of a corridor, feeder network to the corridor, so Kosovo can get financing, because we need to get international financing. And it's very good, I think important to emphasize here that Kosovo has a very low public debt, below 17%, and that is an advantage for us to give us access to international financing, but we need, as a team, to work together, have this included as part of a corridor. So I think to summarize the answer to your question is we need support. We have some major railway projects that are coming up, and I think colleagues here, and we need more discussion. I think this is a great event that we need to keep it going, and we have to include more projects that bring us together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and indeed also highlighting the social element out of this, that of course it's not only about bringing businesses new opportunities, but also decarbonization, social cohesion, opportunities for our citizens when it comes to also that part. And I think this is very important, specifically knowing the pollution, for example, from the cars in our region, especially during the summer, during the winter season. Going to Mihailo, Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Serbia, you are talking with various different companies on a daily basis. When you're talking with them for the first time, when they say, we would like to invest in Serbia, we would like to invest in the region, what is the main thing when they decide, yes, we will do it? And what's the main thing when they say, you know what, that's not for us? I know it's a hard question.
Yeah, that's definitely the question that cannot be clearly answered, so I'm not avoiding it. I'm just going to try to speak about it as, you know, somebody who's dealing with investors. First of all, thanks for organizing this. I think that we need it, the business community needs it. I understand that financial institutions and the politics need it also, but business community need it the most, and that's why we are doing it. Although connectivity and free flow of people is important thing that you mentioned already. All the region of Western Balkans is very much directly connected to the inflow of investments. And our economic life and the whole industry renewal of the region is impossible without a level of investments that are almost on the annual basis somewhere about 7-8 billion euros, and that's the same case with Serbia, of course. And one of the most important topics, and should be a takeaway from this, is when we talk about with the big companies and investors who are looking for their supply chain, they never think about the region as different 6 economies with the borders, with all those procedures, veterinarian or phytosanitarian laboratories. They always think and have a perception of the region, if we invest in anywhere in the region, that we are investing in the Western Balkans. That's first of all, it's a good selling point. It's a huge market of 18, 19 million people. It's also on the verge of being the European Union, but still not inside of the European Union. And that is something that we should always understand. That means that the speed of the aligning between the economies in the Western Balkan is as important as aligning with the European Union. And if it's possible that process goes hand in hand at the same time, and we had a proposition, if one country adopts the European Union rule for one part of the European market, then it should be adopted by other 5 economies in the region automatically, not separately, and so on and so. So that is why the region is a foreplay before becoming part of the European economic market. So the investors believe that so every, and we are talking a lot about infrastructure, it's a main topic, but alignment of the procedures, digital exchange of the documents, borders, the project of Seed Plus, green lanes, those are the things that resonated the best with the investors and with the European Union on political level, but with the investors. And now we are facing the opposite problem. Now we have a lot of investors already present in the Western Balkan, and that they are facing unpredictability about, for example, the road transport, about professional. I mean, I hate to be the one that's mentioning this first one that's mentioning today. Probably on the closed meeting there were topics about it. But, you have a situation where there is a huge number of companies, very important European companies, which rely for their development of their competitiveness on the supply network from the Western Balkan. And then you are facing a problem with the professional drivers, and it's still there, looming. It's not fixed. There are some ideas how to fix it. It's not fixed. That will hit the level of, because that's the message for the next investor coming here. Should I expect that every 6 months something will arise that I didn't know a few years ago, or didn't have in mind? And it's a problem not just for the local economies of the Western Balkans, it's actually a European problem. So all this European economic area topic that now, white paper about faster adoption of the countries, especially in the economic sense, they rely basically on these simple things, predictability of the rules that are already in place.
So basically, what you're saying, it's less about how fast the car or the train can move, but reliability that it will come.
The main narrative is when you speak about with the managers of the logistics of the company, they say, I don't care if it's average time 15 hours or 20. If you offer me average time 12 hours, but sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 30, for me it's the worst. Give me 15, 16, 12, 20 hours, but I know it's 20 hours every day. That's what they are looking for.
And that's, of course, one issue that you have highlighted that I think we all share in the terms of problem, in the terms of trying also to find a solution, and this is borders, because this is what you are basically saying. So the fact that the border waiting times, specifically for the freight, are still too high, as well as for the cars, especially in the summer season and so on, is an issue of competitiveness, and it's an issue of transport, of course, and it's an issue that...
And it's a limit for the further
Exactly,
growth.
but that's why we're also working together with European Commission and the other partners to try to address that. But indeed, I think this is definitely identified as one of the key elements. Which brings me to Irena Confindustria. So when we are talking about this nearshoring, when we are talking about, you know, what Deputy Prime Minister was saying, the shortest connection between Asia, between Europe, you know, everything that region has to offer as a potential, when the Italian companies are looking at the region, why this is not more realized, why we don't have a queue in front saying we would like to invest today. What is your message? What needs to be focused on in order to come faster to the vision that we can all subscribe to?
Yes, first of all, thank you, Matteo, for inviting us and in order to share the position and the perspective of Italian companies operating across the Western Balkans. For decades, the Italian companies are heavily investing really in this zone, and they still believe that there is perspective for this part of EU to become really a near-sharing platform for the industrials. I'm representing today the most important industrial association in Italy and present here in the region. That's why I'm here today. So when it comes to the European companies, definitely today they are searching more resilient and more closer supply chains, and the Western Balkans already possess most of these necessary ingredients. And there is a strong integration of Western Balkans economies in European manufacturing supply chains. What is missing nowadays? Of course, predictability. We can mention just 3 points, let's say, regarding the interest of the Italian companies to continue to invest here in this zone. Predictability, soft connectivity, and regional fragmentation. That means that something that mentioned Mihailo previously, of course, there are some obstacles that, business needs to overcome. It means that we don't want to see the Balkans as a collection of separate administrations. We need the connections, of course. Mihailo mentions, and most of our distinguished guests, the border crossing problems, of course, because I would like just to demonstrate some numbers. These are not encouraging us, so this is the real job to do for all of us, for the governments. Recently, we conducted a survey among companies operating in Serbia, and indicates that border delays between EU and the Western Balkans generate more than 5,000 million in additional annual costs for the businesses. So these are a kind of hidden tariffs and the barriers. And the companies, they can adapt for the taxes, they can adapt for the much more, let's say, additional costs, etc., but they cannot adapt what is bring the uncertainty. So this is something, this is a message from the part of industrials coming from EU countries. Let's be connected. And the connections means interoperability, the border crossing management, digitalization, all these topics that we mentioned today and that we need really as in effective manner to be implemented in order to see more Italian or more European companies investing here in Western Balkans.
Thank you very much, Irena, for highlighting that. And straight to the Deputy Prime Minister, Nikolovsky. Business sector were not speaking about infrastructure. They were not speaking about the new rails or new roads and so on. They were focused on the need for the reforms, on the soft connectivity, on the border crossings. Is this something that you recognize? And I know that you're already working on this. Is this a key element of your work as well?
I think this is a key element for the entire region. I don't want to recall on bad memory, but I have to what happened over February this year when truck drivers from the entire region decided to block the borders Only for our country, for 7 days, it meant a strong decrease of trade, and of course it affected the GDP as well. I can imagine what happened to the rest of the region. So on one side, we need predictability to know where we are, but on the other side, we need reforms. Regarding predictability, I think it's a very, very big problem that the issue with the truck drivers has been postponed and postponed. I recall in December we were talking about this in Brussels. Now we are in June, almost nothing happened. Aside of several bilateral agreements that we have reached, when I say we, I mean we from the region. I would like to thank the Croatian government and Croatian Sabor. They have adopted a law for permanent visas. As well, there is one in procedure in Austria. We are working with Romania, and Switzerland has already adopted that. There is a full silence from all others. If the idea is to completely destroy the transport sector, then we should know. Because no one understands that this is a bureaucratical question. And meeting after meeting, where nothing is happening, it's frustrating. The only reason why there is not a new block on the borders is because politically we are still being able to convince the associations of the truck drivers that something will happen. But I think, and this is not a threat, this is reality, that if by September, October something does not happen, then I think we will see the same again. That's first thing. Second thing, the implementation of the new EEA system. You can see what is happening. It's becoming a nightmare. It is affecting both the countries on both sides. We are now in Greece. You can see what is happening on the borders. People don't want to come here only for a long vacation of, let's say, 2 weeks. As it is close, as it is nice, sometimes people are coming for 2 days, for 3 days. It's becoming impossible. If you're about to wait on Gevgelija-Niki border, regardless whether you are from my country or from Serbia or from Hungary, if you're about to wait 5-6 hours, then you will not come for a weekend. And it's bad for all of us. So that is something that unfortunately the European Commission is missing to address and missing to solve. And we have to be open and fair and to speak about this because, as it was rightly mentioned earlier, predictability is needed, and now there is no predictability. We don't know whether the truck will be stuck on the border 5 hours, 5 days, or 5 weeks. We cannot predict it because we don't know whether the system will work, will not work. The idea initially was that it will be once, now it is happening every entry that additional data is taken. So I don't think this is the way to go forward. And if you allow me, I would like to add one more thing. We can, or I cannot say because we are not part of EU, but I don't think EU should take this region as any third country region. No one raised the issue of CBAN. These days, it is impossible to export energy from Western Balkans, even if it is green energy, which is getting and taking into custody, I would say, even to collapse the full green transition of the region because there is no market coupling with EU. Why? Because Brussels still has not done their part of the job, and companies are collapsing, businesses are collapsing. I am talking about green renewables, not about coal and the others. Same is happening with the steel industry, where same quota are used for China and for this region. Same is happening for entry-exit system. So the question is strategic, what we want to see from the region. From our own resources, we can change laws, as we are doing. We can implement intelligent transport systems, as we are doing. we can implement new single windows as we are doing. We can invest in infrastructure as much as our budgets are allowing, but in the end of the day, if we have this kind of barriers, I think it will not work good. Sorry, I'm pessimistic, but I think it's fair to raise this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think that it's good that we are having an honest discussion, and you have highlighted a lot of problems. Of course, the communication is ongoing. The solutions that are being presented are put on the table. At the same time, indeed, the complexity is there, and I also think that with, specifically when it comes to border crossing, also the financing, which is now available for the modernization of the existing border crossings is there, and I think should be used by the region as much as possible, as it's already being used, for example, in the case of Albania, the first border crossing that will be modernized in that respect. With that, Deputy Minister, when it comes to the investments, a lot of times the private companies are saying that they are consulted too late when it comes to the new projects. Is there a way of actually bringing them earlier on board when it comes to strategic investments and what is needed in order to basically shorten the time, as it was said before, from the project to what's happening on the ground?
Dear Matej, this is a very particular, and we love this question actually to be treated in front of all of you, but especially with the presence of IFIs, very important IFIs, trade-related organizations, Confindustria. Saluti to tutti i membri di Confindustria, which is present in Albania too, and we are having a very lovely communication with all the partners, but would like to perhaps address with you what this earlier in the process, so challenging a little bit the framework, because perhaps we may be lost in translation or in misunderstandings here. When we spoke about the fact that we are open door and our frameworks on strategic project pipeline are already approved by the Council of Ministers, they are already public, and everybody is free to come and seek whatever or challenge or propose under that perspective and take into consideration what we can do, and considering that as a starting point. But after that, IFI-led projects for the preparations are widely in place for the strategic projects. Therefore, where exactly this earlier, participation or being there would mean under this perspective is something we would like to share perhaps with IFIs, very highly, acknowledgeable technical and political and strategic groups, because it is a structured approach on which we are speaking. It's not the fact that our countries, or Albania in our case, is not open to anticipating information for the investment. It is very important that a structured, perhaps vision, in these phases of the process, along with our partners, be structured in a way for all those investors which are interested, and EU-based investors are more than welcome, as we know, and we are enticing them. We are working very closely, even sometimes, dear Matej and dear ladies and gentlemen who are present here, we are also inviting them to propose and to see which could be the best way to go. So under this perspective, dears, what we are doing under legislative framework, but also in the integration process, because taking a note from what North Macedonia Deputy Prime Minister is saying here, perhaps is just a matter of how we could coordinate. Have actions which are adopting, coordinating approaches and not leaving countries undertake their own actions. And what Albania under accelerated integration process is doing, and we are very confident that we are moving in the right way with the European Union, is adopting our legislation, soft connectivity, and whatever framework which is needed in order to improve, realize, provide that framework in order to have that border crossing connectivity, have also under our legislation, EFTI, for example, law, has been just, will be passing today in the Albanian government today, but along with other, technical standards, and especially very close coordination and dialogue with our neighboring countries is something for which Albania continues, dears, to be highly committed. And I would like perhaps just to end this approach by mentioning our host today, Mr. Dimas. Thank you very much for having us in Thessaloniki, not for the first time, but especially for the fact that what the Republic of Greece is doing as a EU country in order to give some basis and gives its own perspective and support in whatever perspectives within the European Union, DG Move and other DGs such as DG Connect and other, in order to make our countries a reality along with you, which learns from what Greece has been passing through, but especially constructs with. Because being neighboring countries is something which we never forget, and we would like to enforce to the maximum extent possible. But thank you very much for having us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And I think this is also an invitation to all the representatives of businesses to approach you with their questions regarding the projects, how they can get in, how they can get more information, when will the tenders be published, and I think all this is important information for everybody, and also the meaning of this conference. So thank you very much. Now, going back to the private sector, so Strabag, Mr. Zajic, so I think that it's very clear from all of the speakers what are the main challenges, and I'm very happy that we are also actually moving from, let's say, talking only about the projects, but actually talking about these soft issues, which are perhaps sometimes even harder to resolve than a concrete on the floor. But what would really lower the risk and more predictability for a long-term market interest of the region? You're working all around the world, but of course also here in the Western Balkans. What are now the best practices?
One more difficult question. Thank you for this. And maybe just to connect to the previous topic, absolutely interconnectivity of the freedom of movement through the borders and also with work permits will enable it will make huge difference for all the companies operating in Western Balkans. There is quite a lot of similarity between the systems. In most of the countries, it's the same or similar language basis. So this kind of administrative barriers, if they could be lifted or removed, this would very much help the private businesses. And now from the point of view of European-based, as the content was being made and being the contractor, what we can share how the process looks like. The tender is being issued, competition is started. Let's assume that this is backed by some of the strong financial institutions following their principles, EIB, BRD, World Bank, KFA Bank, very often and very present in all of our markets. Contractors are first looking to screen the documents and to screen the conditions. And this is this work preparation, because if the screening is positive and then there is a meaningful reason to invest the effort and the time, it's not cheap to prepare a complicated, big infrastructure. We are talking about big projects now. It costs time, it costs efforts, and the company don't have endless resources, so they have to choose the battles which they will fight. So if this is prepared well, if the documents are coupled with finished land acquisitions, with all necessary permits, then this is a big tick or the box which will be ticked off and will really attract the competition. The second thing is what came to our mind, if you're looking in the €500 million or bigger sizes projects, it would be wise that they're split it into the couple of lots. They could be tendered at the same time, but the companies could be invited to prove references of up to 200 million and to compete to 1, 2, or 3 or whatever. It could be open for all lots, but also companies who cannot prove the mega references could participate. Because what we are looking, that such a big jobs are predominantly being executed in China or India, and this is very much actually serving to the benefits of those contractors. And plus they are coming as state-supported, state-subsidized, companies state-owned very often, and it is not same competition, same to same. So unless we improve something in the contract conditions, which should be fair and balanced, and since these are long-lasting projects, would be really nice to have the, or practically precondition to have the price indexations formula. In today's economy, it is not possible to make long-lasting predictions of the price movements. This coupled together and introducing Last but not least, criteria, which is not the lowest economical offer, will win the job. If you're fulfilling criteria and you are the lowest, the job is yours. We need to introduce, there are multiple principles. Most economically advantageous tender, it's well-known methodology to be used. So in addition to the price, which can be 50 or even less % of the ratings, you need to zero in the quality, the expertise, the environmental impact, the sustainability, the compliance with the labor law, compliance with business policies, and then this should be evaluated together. If we have all these things listed, I think you will be surprised how many international European-based companies from all over the place, not just Austrian-based. So.
Thank you very much. I think that we all took very good note of that, and this is also something to very much consider when we are doing our work. So, which actually I want to pick up on one point that you mentioned specifically, and this is the regional approach, because that, of course, makes the difference when it comes to the size, when it comes to the effect of the projects. Mr. Radulovic, how does Montenegro, which is, of course, a very country with a very big heart, but geographically relatively small, how does it look at the regional approach when it comes to the projects? So how to make the projects in Montenegro, which by definition, of course, does not have thousands and thousands of kilometers of rails, of roads, but how do you ensure that your projects have this regional component?
Yeah. Is it on? I think the basis here really is that politicians need to sit down and work with our other countries directly. We actually have one project in the pipeline with Bosnia and Herzegovina, with my colleague Forto, coming in the pipeline, reconstruction of the bridge on Stepan Polju. And really, I think when I first started my mandate, that was one of the first things that I sat down with, and the first other minister in the Western Balkans that I had a conversation with, and we agreed that we need to kick off that project. And I think that is really the basis for all these regional projects, sitting down with each other and saying, okay, what are the priorities? How can we align all of the other priorities and work on timelines that are favorable to both parties? I think sometimes, obviously in interest of our own country, we pick and choose projects, infrastructure projects that are things that we see that could go one way or another. And I think if we have a little bit more of a conversation on what are the other countries' priorities, we can mix and match as much as possible to kind of see where we can align them and find the best fit possible. So I think that's really the message that I would send home for this.
And that, Mihailo, from what you have heard now, to challenge you even further, if there is, can you give us, in your experience, one positive example? What you would say, you know, this company came in, it came in because of this, and it's a story of success because of that. What would that be? And I know I'm putting you on spot because I didn't give you this question.
Well, it usually happens in the service sector. But in generally, what our goal is when we are attracting companies and investors, it's a higher level of investment, you know, not money-wise, but technologically wise. So what I see that the best example is that the companies come in the region and they believe that they will do the work-intensive part or energy-intensive, and the overall situation within energy, the prices and so on and so on, the prices of work in the region is rising. So they decide that they find that niche of the engineers is really working for them, so decide to open up research and development part of that. That happened with Continental, for example, in Serbia, and incredibly showed that there can be research and development for the whole global industry of screens for the car industry, running from the Western Balkans. And they are now, not just in Novi Sad, they are looking potentially for this kind of units for the research and development all over the Western Balkans. I think that is the best point, because we do not want to attract any more work-intensive or energy-intensive industries. We want to attract the knowledge-based technologies.
I think this is an excellent point. The R&D is exactly the way to go, and the region does offer specifically both the educated workforce as well as all the other potentials that we already spoke today. And to finish this round, Minister Basha, back to you. If from everything that you have heard, when you go home, what would you say is the main thing that you would say, this is, from what I heard today, this is what I want to do. This is something that inspired me to actually do back home.
Okay, these are very good discussions, but you have to understand we're meeting here like once a year. It's very hard. We have to keep the discussion going. But the discussions are very, very good. I think what we have to bring up is we have to align with the private sector. It was a major discussion throughout Europe. European Union, I think, is learning a lesson. Private sector moves very, very fast. The governments are very slow in keeping up with them. And this is what's keeping the projects behind. Second, we need to support smaller countries with the projects because it brings more connectivity. Montenegro, Kosovo, they're small countries, but it's very important also, we are EU-oriented. We're in the middle of Europe. It brings Kosovo borders Northern Macedonia. Albania gives us access to seaport, and that gives access to the businesses, an additional feedwork with Albania, with Montenegro, with Serbia. So we have to look at this as a future projects that would bring investment and growth in economies. Also, it's very important with countries like us because we're also willing to have EU contractors, engineering firms come and invest. It's an elephant in the room which is not being talked much, but it is true. We receive grants. We are a recipient of grants, free money from EU taxpayer money, but then that money goes to Chinese contractors. We have to work this out. With all due respect to Chinese contractors, we have to see, because I think European companies, they might cost more, but they bring more quality. And again, we are a recipient of grant money that comes from taxpayer, which also the contractors are taxpayers at the same time. So it's a little bit paradoxical, but I think European EBRD and European Investment Bank should work on it. And also, history taught us a lesson, and I think it's very important to emphasize. If you leave smaller countries behind, they become a burden on the European Union. If we don't grow, then we become a burden. As you know, smaller, vulnerable communities in Europe, in history, they used to be part and ghettoized. They used to live in a ghetto, but that costed them, and they learned a lesson, they had to integrate them. And that brought us, and you have an example in Greece, over 1 million Albanians, which are an added value to the country. And they have been integrated, and they work together. So I think we have to look at the same perspective with countries. But again, thank you, and I think this is a very good discussion that we have to keep going. So thank you to the host and to you, Mate.
Thank you very much, and this wraps up this discussion. I have made 3 points, which for sure I missed some, but I would just like to highlight the 3 points which I think we can all agree on. First, the challenges is no longer only financing infrastructure, but also delivering credible, predictable connectivity systems. I think secondly, the soft connectivity, when it comes to interoperability, regional coordination is just as important as the roads, railways and ports. And thirdly, and I think we can all agree on that as well, is that this region, the Western Balkans, will attract significant more private investors if it's really seen as one economic and logistic space. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much for your attention. And now, one big round of applause, exactly. Thank you very much. And now, we will ask the technician to turn on the air conditioning to 2000, and we will have a coffee break. Thank you very much. Nicola, I'm yours.
1, 2. Just before we leave the stage, first of all, thank you very much for moderating this panel, and thank you to all the speakers. I would just kindly ask you for a session family photo. So all of you here, please, and our photographer will take care of that. And while we are waiting for the session family photo, Matej, please. While we are waiting for the family session family photo, I would like to announce that our coffee break will take place here in this room. And we are starting in half an hour with the next session. So we are a bit running late, so please make sure that you have coffees and everything ready by half an hour. Thank you very much.
So the last call, we are now starting the panel in 33 seconds. So please take back your seats and we are about to start. Thank you. So thank you very much. We are continuing with our program. So thank you once again to all the speakers from the first panel, introductory welcoming remarks, to our hosts once again. I'm sorry, turning your back. So now we start with the second session, and the next session is called The Next Wave of Connectivity, Emerging Investment Opportunities Across Regions. As our first session focused on delivering key infrastructure priorities and addressing investment challenges in the Western Balkans, the second one looks ahead. To set the scene for the discussion, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Christophe Galland, Head of Unit for the Western Balkans at the DG ENEST at the European Commission. Mr. Galland, the floor is yours.
So, okay, is it working? Dear guests, dear ministers, dear colleagues, Europe's connectivity agenda is undergoing a profound transformation. What was once primarily a discussion about transport efficiency and trade facilitation has become inseparable from question of economic security, resilience, competitiveness, geopolitical positioning. The disruption of global supply chains, shifting trade routes, energy security concern, and growing strategic competition have elevated transport and logistic infrastructure and services from a technical policy domain to a central pillar of Europe's economic and geopolitical strategy, as was already stressed by Minister Dimas in his speech. Across Southeast Europe and the Western Balkans, this shift is creating a significant window of opportunity. As Europe seeks to strengthen the resilience of its supply chains and diversify transport routes, the region is gaining renewed importance as a bridge between Central Europe, the Mediterranean, and wider global markets. Major European transport corridors, ports, rail networks, inland logistic hubs, and multimodal connection are becoming central to discussion about future growth and economic integration. At the same time, European Union's Global Gateway strategy has elevated connectivity to a core pillar of Europe's external investment agenda. Through increased support for sustainable, high-quality infrastructure, the initiative seeks to mobilize public and private capital while strengthening links between the EU and its partners. For the Western Balkans and for Moldova, this presents an opportunity not only to accelerate infrastructure development, but also to position the region as an integral part of Europe's future transport and logistics network. The question is no longer whether investment is needed, but where the next generation of opportunities will emerge. While traditional road infrastructure remain important, growing attention is being directed toward rail modernization, multimodal freight corridors, port connectivity, logistic platforms, digital transport system, and cross-border infrastructure that can unlock greater regional integration. Investors are increasingly looking for projects that combine strong economic fundamentals with long-term policy certainty, regional coordination, and clear implementation pathways. The attractiveness of a region for long-term investment in transport infrastructure and services is shaped not only by geography, but by governance, predictability, and the ability to deliver projects efficiently. In a highly competitive global environment, regions that can provide coherent planning frameworks, regulatory stability, transparent procurement processes, and coordinated investment pipelines are more likely to attract both institutional and private capital. The private sector will play a critical role in shaping this future. Mobilizing private capital, expertise, innovation, and operational know-how will be essential. These require regulatory certainty and investment frameworks that create confidence among long-term investors. Yet, significant challenges remain today. Project preparation capacity, permitting procedure, financing gaps, cross-border cooperation, procurement complexities, and implementation delays continue to affect infrastructure delivery across the region, and thereby discourage private investment in transport and logistics services. Overcoming these obstacles will require stronger institutional cooperation, better alignment between funding sources, and a shared vision for regional connectivity development. Today's discussion offered an opportunity to examine how Europe's evolving connectivity priorities can translate into tangible investment opportunities, how the Western Balkans and Moldova can strengthen their role within key European corridors, and how closer regional cooperation can position the region as a credible, competitive, and integrated connectivity investment space for the decades ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Galan, for setting the context for highlighting the importance of investment, reform, and regional cooperation in the next phase of connectivity. And I have the honor to introduce our distinguished speakers for this session. I believe that you know most of them. Let's start with our host once again, Mr. Christos Stavroudimos, Minister of Infrastructure and Transport of the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Bolea, Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Moldova. Her Excellency Ms. Alexandra Sofronijević, Minister of Construction, Transport Infrastructure of Serbia. His Excellency Mr. Edin Forto, Minister of Communications and Transport of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Sergij Derkac, Deputy Minister for Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Ms. Tatiana Shteryova-Dushkovska, Operations Director for Development, Innovations and Knowledge of Economic Chamber of North Macedonia, Mr. Dimitrios Mandalozis, International Road Federation President and COO of Aegean Motorways, and Mr. Michalis Viridis from Ilspet. The session will be moderated by Ms. Elena Gordeva, Director, Head of Infrastructure for Europe at EBRD. Let us begin, please.
Distinguished Vice Prime Minister, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second panel discussion of the Transport Investment Summit. Our first discussion focused largely on the delivery challenges of the TNT extension in the Western Balkans. The connectivity debate is evolving rapidly. Today, connectivity is increasingly linked not just to infrastructure development, but also to geopolitical resilience, industrial competitiveness, supply chain diversification, and economic security. At the same time, a new geography of investment opportunities is emerging across the wider European neighborhood. The key question, therefore, is not only where Europe should invest next, but also which regions are sufficiently integrated, predictable, and investment-ready to attract long-term public and private capital. This is a discussion we would like to have today, practical, strategic, and forward-looking. With that, I would like to open a panel discussion, and starting with our host, Minister Dimas. Greece is increasingly positions itself as a strategic gateway between Europe, Eastern Mediterranean, and Western Balkans. Where do you see the biggest connectivity and logistics investment opportunities emerging over the next decade?
Thank you very much, Elena. Okay, thank you very much, Elena. First of all, before answering your question, I want to say that the biggest opportunity, not only for Greece, but for the Western Balkans, Southeastern Mediterranean, and the wider region, is for all of us to work together. And I'm saying this because in the last decades, we have had a lot of tension in the area, a lot of instability and uncertainty. So we have a choice to make, and it's a strategic choice for all of us. Do we want to keep this instability and being more vulnerable, or do we actually want to work together and see how it can become a win-win situation? And this is actually the purpose of this conference today. We want to see how we can all work together and have mutually beneficial advantages. So if I had to answer your question, I would say that, first of all of the countries in the region have to work together. Of course, the corridors that we are discussing, whether that has to do with Western Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean corridor, or the Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Aegean Sea corridor, but other very important corridors that sufficiently link much more effectively key infrastructure between different countries within or even outside the European Union are a priority for the Greek government, and I think for all of our partners in the Western Balkans. So if we agree and we proceed decisively, we will have these advantages in a common area for common purposes, and I think these will not only be investment opportunities, but opportunities to increase social cohesion, connectivity, and peace in the wider area.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's no longer national priorities, it's much wider. And moving to Vice Prime Minister Bolle, as Europe connectivity map shifts eastwards, how is Moldova positioning itself within the emerging European transport and logistics corridors? And if everyone could use microphones or headphones.
Hello. I would like to inform everybody that in 2022, when Moldovan Republic has received the status of a country which will be integrated in the European Union, and therefore there are several projects that are under development. We are collaborating with Ukraine in order to enlarge common projects. We have elaborated the strategy for mobility until 2030, which is implemented even today. Until 2024, the road network of Moldavia was included in the European structure. Now, our main purpose is to connect the ports with the rivers. This is the main priority that we have. In order to fulfill this objective in our country, we have initiated the project of feasibility study, which will be finished in 2027 in order to construct the motorway. In 2027, this project will be already accomplished. We will construct the first railway between Ungheni and Ukraine in order to connect with the same railway distance. I underline this because we know that Ukraine has a distance between the railways which is greater than the European one. Therefore, the railways in Moldavia are very important in order to connect our country, Chișinău, to the rest of the capitals of Europe. Moreover, today with the European Union, we are talking about the two corridors in order to extend them up to Odessa, because Iași is a town in Romania, Chișinău a town in Moldavia, and Odessa is a town on the border of the Black Sea in Ukraine, and these towns will be connected. And therefore, the railways in Moldavia are projected through Iași and Odessa in order to give the shortest ways towards the European Union. These are the projects of interconnectivity from the point of view of the Moldavia until 2027, when we expect them to be fulfilled. And in 2028, we start to adopt feasibility studies. Moldavia has two ports. The one is private on the Danube, and the other one is on the Prut River, which is state-owned. Both of them are intensively developed by our country because, according to European regulations, the railway transport is very important. Both railway and river transport are very important, and for the time being we are using the river transport, and together with the naval transport we are going to connect our country to Europe. Therefore, we are very interested in order to connect railways, roads, ports, and we are putting a lot of effort in order to connect our country to the rest of the Europe.
Is important as a partner for Europe as well as for Ukraine. And moving to Ukraine, Deputy Minister Terkach, may I ask you, on Ukraine's reconstruction is expected to become one of Europe's largest infrastructure programs. Looking beyond recovery, which transport corridors and connectivity projects do you believe offer the greatest strategic and investment opportunities for linking Ukraine more closely with the EU, Moldova, and the Western Balkans?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question and for the invitation to this forum. For us, it's a pleasure to be all together with the countries which we are actually working with very tightly, and actually within the TCT, I hope that we will be even working more as the permanent member soon. I hope that we will get there. On your question on the recovery and reconstruction and what are the routes, I would say that from the since 2022, when the big war started, we have big shift in the logistical routes in Ukraine, and I would say even the whole Europe. And we need to be prepared to the new agenda and the new map, which we need to build all together, because the logistical map might be already changed, and we all together with the European Union and with the other countries within the Europe should already build this map all together. And the TNT, it should be broader, and I'm happy that some of the TNT routes right now are accepted within Ukraine, which actually gives understanding that Ukraine, Moldova is already the part of the whole Europe infrastructure, and that's one thing that's very much important. On our side, I would say that the last World Bank report on the damages actually mentioned that the transport system in Ukraine is the most damaged area right now. So even more than energy for the last years. We have 1,200 attacks only on the rails. We have like 6,000 kilometers of rails damaged, 25,000 kilometers of roads. So from Kiev to here to Thessaloniki, it's 1,700 approximately, the roads. So we have in Ukraine 25,000 roads damaged. So we need to be rebuilt. And definitely we are looking at the priorities, and basically the main roads at that time, before the big war, might not be the priorities right now. So alternative routes might be the priority at this particular moment. So we are working also together with our neighboring countries and with the EU Commission to actually set up the new understanding how the logistic goes. So speaking about the precise routes, we are very much working on the solidarity lanes and actually accelerating the Danube region and actually connecting the Black Sea to the other areas, and from this perspective, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, and then here to Greece and Balkans. Actually, this is the route that we are looking very much, and actually, that's how we are working from all perspectives and all types of transportation, starting from the definitely ports, but not only. We are also working with the railways and with the roads, and that's very much important. But I would say that one thing that it's important to me to say, not only about the construction, but also about two more things in terms of our interaction. First, it's about cooperation. I'm happy that I came here to this forum, and this forum was actually not only for this particular discussion, but also for a bit more cooperation. We signed the agreement with Albania on the road transport 2 days ago, and I'm happy actually that we met Minister. Unfortunately, he didn't come here, but we met him in Albania, and actually we planned already to sign it here. But this actually means that this kind of forums boost the possibility for the further interaction between our countries all together, and that's not only for discussion, but also for the real connectivity and real stuff. So I hope that this kind of more tight connection that we have might help us all together to boost our connectivity. Another point is that I would say two things: that we can share our own experiences. Even from Ukraine today, on the first panel, there were several questions about the border crossing and constraints on the border crossing in Ukraine. As you can imagine, the border crossing is the huge bottleneck. We don't have civilian airspace open since 2022, so we don't have civil aviation actually up running. We have basically roads and rails, the main connectivity to our countries, and the rails are stretched because the width of the cage. So roads basically are the main ones, and then we have the buses, trucks, and people stuck in the border. So we found out the electronic queue system, and right now all of the truck drivers or bus drivers or even the private people can actually go to the system, book the time, come to the border and cross the border. You don't need to wait. Yeah, you might be waiting at home because the queue might be there, but it's electronic queue. You need not to stand on the border. You don't need to waste your time. You don't need to leave next to the border crossing point. You just book the time and cross the border. And that's the instrument that we are actually making, and we are working on it for 4 years, and now it's the most comprehensive in the world system. So we can share it definitely with the other countries and see the results. And my last point here, what we are actually making a priority for us, we understand that we might not have all of the, let's say, money from the state budget or from our IFIs to rebuild Ukraine and actually to do the investments. So we are also very much looking on the private sector. So the private sector actually equity to be involved in the infrastructure projects, it's super important. And we started already with the PPP, with the private-public partnership things. We have like several projects on the port concessions, on the road concessions, the same thing with the public-private partnership in railways. And we will be happy actually to hear experience from other countries on this, and we will be happy to share this experience later on, because we just started. We have a purely new law adopted in Ukraine on this, and that's what we see. So we do see the possibility that the half at least of our, let's say, recovery needs might be covered by the private sector. And it's good that we have discussion here also with the private companies which came actually to discuss the possibility for them to be involved not only in recovery and reconstruction in Ukraine. I will put it to actually to build up new infrastructure system of Europe and to make Europe more competitive in a whole than actually just speaking about recovery of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it reinforces working together to boost connectivity, importance of border crossings, and that's not just for Ukraine, it's for the whole neighborhood. And of course, private sector participation is essential. And that, I move to the private sector. Mr. Mandalozis, what, from perspective of infrastructure operators and investors, what makes a corridor commercially credible and attractive for long-term investments?
First of all, thank you very much for your introduction and to invite us here. And both my hats as IRF President, also I'm the Chief Operation Officer of Aegean Motorway. To tell you the truth, I'm happy about that. Most of the issues that we discussed, they have already mentioned by the previous panel, and this is good because most of our way are thinking the same way, and this is the important, because if we join all of our forces, I think that finally we will manage to do something which is very important. So, based on what you are asking me, we are talking about corridors. This is the first issue and the most important, not about projects. And that's a big difference. We need to focus on that because we see that a successful port or a motorway or a railway section has limited value if bottlenecks remain elsewhere in the chain. So we think, and I think that it's very important that we have to create coherent corridors and a coherent corridor strategy in order to be sure that our projects and our corridors are working well. And we see this also as an example in Greece. The last 2 decades, a lot of things has changed. New motorways, new ports, connected each other. So this is help us in order to create better logistics and a better network in general. The second thing which is very important also has to do with the reliability of our corridors. And I mean, the real bottlenecks in most of the cases is about the interfaces between the different modes. And I mean the different jurisdictions, operators, and this is the problem that we are facing. And that's a very big issue. The third one has to do with, let's say, the commercial credibility of our corridors. And this is not only dependent to build new projects and corridors in general, but also to maintain them over the lifetime, because the corridor competitiveness is determined not in opening day, but what is happening after 10 or 15 years later. And this is important. Again, we see that in Greece, which is a very successful example about the concession here in Greece, we see the last 2 decades a lot of things have changed. The corridors are maintained well, and the most important part to create this trust between all the parties in order to use the network and to improve their businesses.
Thank you. So what we are hearing is that infrastructure financing alone is not sufficient anymore, or project by project. It needs to be a more global approach, and commercial predictability is becoming central. If I could move now to Serbia, Minister Safranievic, as connectivity networks expand beyond national borders, how can countries avoid fragmented infrastructure planning and develop genuinely integrated regional corridors?
Thank you very much.
First of all, let me thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And maybe more important than these panels is the contact that we have established. And I wish to thank Minister Dimas, who is a great host, and the organizers of this summit. Serbia, as a country that is not a member of EU, has a strong desire and is committed in working to link the country with European countries and with regional countries as well. 12 years ago, Serbia entered a huge investment cycle that encompassed corridors, road corridor 10 through Serbia, and I can say it with pleasure, it's completely finished in length of 840 kilometers. But in our case, there is no dot on the end of sentence. We use comma or 3 dots, and we have to continue. Apart from connection with Central Europe, Eastern Mediterranean, it is important also to connect with our neighbors, and due to that, the Republic of Serbia, through program Serbia of Development until 2035, having in mind reliability and necessity to plan investments to link and connect, published a program that our President Vučić presented publicly, and it is a publicly available document. We can all see it, what projects are planned in Serbia in the next 10 years, primarily road infrastructure. It is going to continue building our highway Miloš Veliki from Pojate to Preljine, which is finished, and we continue from Požega to Poljare in 107 kilometers length, and also to routes to Sarajevo, 2 highway routes to Belgrade, Sarajevo, Sremska Rača, Kuzmin in 18 kilometers that is being finalized now. So we are having a short link that will connect us to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and opening of that road is expected already at the beginning of October of this year. I want to emphasize, because I consider it significant, connection is not just constructing roads and railways, it is also integrating with Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have a pleasure to have agreed and signed a contract. We have integrated border and custom crossing. Another thing that we are limited with time. Within 3 minutes, it's difficult to put all the projects, to present all the projects that Serbia is implementing, and this panel would last for too long, and this is what I'm not intending to do. A particular focus, as we resolved key corridors, road corridors, is our main focus is on our railroads. I have to emphasize, from the Second World War until 2012 in Serbia, not 1 kilometer of new railways was constructed. That is why Serbia started from scratch, from zero, and from that scratch we are now in a position that in Serbia, only in Serbia, in this part of Europe, I'm not saying Balkans, but Europe, Serbia has a fast railway of 200 kilometers per hour from Belgrade to Kelebija to the border with Hungary. Freight transport Belgrade, Novi Sad, Kelebija, Budapest is released in February this year, and this is our exit to Serbia and all countries, to Greece, North Macedonia. It is our exit, our road to the Central Europe and our road to Central Asian countries. We are committed in constructing what remained to be done. We are working on it, and the most significant and the most expensive infrastructural project in this part of Europe is literally modernization of part of the railway from Belgrade to Niš in a length of 220 kilometers, and according to first assessments we cannot say with certainty the exact price, because technical documents were not prepared yet, but it's above 3 billion of euros. Of course, when we come to Niš, we will continue to Preševo, to the border with North Macedonia. And what I'm happy about, and in discussion with my colleague Nikolowski from North Macedonia, they also are in the investment cycle, and they have a green light. Public procurement, I think, was already done for the company. They will do their part to the border with Greece, and in this case we will have completed this corridor. These are all capital investments and projects that are very expensive. And let me return to your question. No matter how much we invest, maybe I will paraphrase Ernest Hemingway, no person is an island or on his own. Nothing can be done individually. United together, we can achieve major goals. However, even when we complete these major goals in Serbia, we face with some administrative issues. We encounter some queues on borders, with an inability for our professional drivers to enter, or even if they enter, they are being arrested and deported from EU countries. So a little bit more understanding, a little bit more of joint work in order to understand issues. But the issue that I just mentioned is not the issue of 4 Balkan countries. It is a problem issue related to all EU countries, because as much as our economy is in jeopardy of our countries, same is with the supply chains of EU countries. And I urge all present to contribute as much as they can to help these people, because they are no criminals, they are not tourists. We have to find a sustainable solution to resolve this major issue for these 4 countries. So nothing fragmented, all together we can do a lot.
Serbia indeed has a lot of investment projects on the implementation and in the planning stage. Serbia is important for connectivity, and Europe speaks increasingly about rail connectivity and sustainability. So what are the biggest practical obstacles still slowing rail modernization and interoperability across the region? If I could ask Mr. Viridis, from private perspective of a logistics operator moving cargo across the region every day, where does the corridor actually break down in practice?
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Elena. And this is actually $1 million question, practically because it costs billions of dollars when you have all these breakdowns in the chain. I believe that the next generation challenges of connectivity don't have to do only for building the extra kilometers, either road, rail, or whatever, but it has to do also with removing friction. Because the longer the chain is becoming, the more the friction that happens. And when does this friction? Of course, we can talk for hours about this. Some points have been mentioned also in the previous group. First of all, our favorite is the borders. Everyone has mentioned about the borders. And what happens in the borders? There are many reasons for the delays, and the delays is the big issue. We're talking about a black hole of money that is lost in the borders because of trucks and trains are waiting for hours. You can have a train going with 200, 250 kilometers per hour and then wait 6 hours at the borders. That is no good. Trucks, the same. You have 5-lane roads leading to 1-lane border crossing. Everyone is waiting there for 5 hours, for 6 hours, for kilometers. Why is that? And let's not forget something else. Every truck that is waiting spends about 8 kilograms of CO2 per hour. You can multiply this by 5 hours for 200 trucks in one afternoon only. And this is both costs, so borders are a black hole of money, but is also an emission hub. And this is not, of course, what we are after in the green corridors. Second, and very, very important, customs. We're in 2026, we're using blockchain technology, we're using AI. However, most of the customs in our respective countries use physical paperwork. This is totally unacceptable. You cannot have, again, as I said before, a 5-lane road leading to one small window where you have to hand over your documents for someone to check them. This creates, again, delays. This has a cost. And the cost, you can all understand where eventually ends and who pays it. We have different procedures between the countries. There's different paperwork needed in one country, different in another, neighboring countries. We have multiple times inspections. A truck might leave Greece to go to Hungary and can stop 3 and 4 times for an inspection. Why? Because apart from everything else, there is no connectivity and there's no coordination between the customs authorities between the countries. This is also very important. And also the delays, because if you have digital customs processes and paperwork, actually not paperwork, I can give you an example. If a truck leaves from Piraeus, it goes to Thessaloniki borders and then North Macedonia borders. The checking of the documents happens at the borders. But if you have everything digital, the customs process should start from the moment that this truck leaves Piraeus. It should not wait to reach the borders in order to go through all the paperwork. And especially with regards to security, especially with regards to financial fraud, you know, the devil hides in the paperwork, not in the electronic and automated processes. Third and very important, and last, is the intermodal disconnects that we have. And this is a very major friction between the countries. You have capacity constraints. I can give you an example. Milsped has made a very huge investment for intermodal terminal south of Serbia at Nice. A train from Austria to Nice, moving then forward to North Macedonia and Greece, has a 250-ton difference in the capacity that can carry in the first leg and the second leg. What happens? What should this operator do? Live with empty space on the train? Everyone relating to transport understands that empty space means missed cost. There's a cost behind. And again, you know who pays these costs eventually. They can load the full train, but then they have to discharge at our terminal. And then take the next train to go to North Macedonia and Greece. So you can see the problems that we have between the countries. There are different, for example, yes, locomotive switches. There is network that uses diesel, network that uses electricity. You have to switch. This, again, cost delays. Delays is money. Never forget that customers and those that actually use all these corridors care about money. So, to finish, there are solutions. They are not difficult, and some of them are actually cheaper than building a highway and a new rail network. Digital customs. There is the technology is there. There are already shipping companies, container shipping companies that are using blockchain technology together with customs authorities in Europe and even in Africa, and are skipping all these processes for faster results. You need harmonized transit laws. You don't need international treaties. You don't need any big conventions. You just need bilateral agreement between two neighboring countries. How to deal with digitization and how to deal with customs checks and everything. So for me, the most important is that, you know, in order to have the green corridor, as we call it, of tomorrow, we need to stop using the paperwork of yesterday.
Thank you very much. And again, it's not about a single physical asset. It's about intermodalities, interoperability, connectivity, and border crossing again came as one of the key bottlenecks in the transportation. Moving to Minister Forte, what is the single biggest barrier still preventing the Western Balkans from functioning as a truly connected transport region? In your view, what is the most important non-infrastructure obstacles that still slow regional connectivity today?
Thank you for that question. I'm happy to be here. It's a good forum, and we have some very good discussions. It's very useful. First, I will talk about Bosnia, because the things that we share, the problems that we share, we all know what they are. But I will talk specifically about some challenges in Bosnia, and I will especially relate this to the IFIs present here, and people from the Commission, and people from the EU institutions. Bosnia, the biggest challenge in connectivity of Bosnia with the rest of the region and the EU is the lack of infrastructure. So before we talk about what is preventing us from being better connected, other than the infrastructure, what the challenge is, we have to talk about the lack of infrastructure. Minister Radulovic of Montenegrin government in the previous panel mentioned we are trying to develop one road that is connecting basically two capitals in Europe, Sarajevo and Podgorica, Bosnia and Montenegro. And you should see this road. And it's an adventure. And there's a bridge that connects the two countries. It's made of wood and it's only one lane. And customs are done in the old containers scattered around the road that even lacks asphalt. So this is the connection of two countries, and we cannot talk about anything else other than just upgrading our infrastructure. Bosnian politics has, in the past 15 years, has somewhat learned how to build highways. It's a small country, so there's not a lot of technical capacity to move faster. So my suggestion to the IFIs who relays most of the grant financing, which is the financing that usually goes 20% for roads and 40% for railways, that it should be somewhat conditioned. And you come from one of those banks, so this is also to you. You have to put some of the conditions for the grant financing, that the projects are developed, the design of the projects are conditioned to be project ready. And in one session we had this morning, this was the biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges that the private sector relayed to us as politicians. Projects are not ready, so when there's a tender, companies fight to get the project with the lowest price, and then once they start building, when the project is not ready, there are variation orders, there's legal battles, and then there's delays, years and years of delays. And this is the Bosnian way, and we have to improve that, and some of that comes from the fact that projects financed by the EU and with grant financing from the EU, these projects are not pushed when they're ready, but they just, happen to be pushed to meet some deadlines. This is some of the challenges we have. Also, I suggest that some of the grant financing is also available, maybe some really small portion, to the non-governmental sector, the public that follows these projects. The public doesn't understand when a big infrastructure project is late for 5 years. It's not easy to explain why this is happening. And the technical language and the level of knowledge of the media and of the non-governmental sector, who should be the checks on the government that is doing the infrastructure, it's just not there. So when we talk about delays and cost to the public, we talk about some procurement for a car for a minister, when at the same time there's like millions and millions being wasted in delays in major infrastructure projects, and they don't even know how to address it. So this is also a recommendation to improve the efficiency in approaching these projects. And I'm sorry to be too long. In the end, I'm going to say Bosnian political class still hasn't prepared itself. They don't understand that as we mature with the road projects, we should prepare the next investment cycle in rail. And I may be one of the lone people from the politics who keep saying that
projects for rail are not even being prepared, and there is so much to do. We have 1,000-kilometer rails in Bosnia that needs to be reconstructed. Projects are not ready. Plus, we have, even on the 10T grid, that is the extended one, we have some projects that need to be prepared. They're not even in the preliminary design phase. We need to push this. The EU needs to push this. The IFIs need to push this, and they need to condition future cooperation on doing something about our rail network. Country or even a region that doesn't invest heavily in rail today, they're not a serious country or a serious region. So I must say that at this moment, together with Serbia, we're trying to develop a project that will connect two countries by rail. One of the most industrialized, most populous regions in Bosnia. Together with Serbia, we should rebuild this corridor. It's an east-west corridor parallel to the corridor 10, the road one. I really hope that this is going to take off soon, and so we actually have something to show. Of course, at the same time, I could mention many things that we did successfully, but I guess it's not useful to just number these things. I want to talk about challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Implementation is very important, and capacity on the ground is very important. And you've raised few issues on investment climate, and investors increasingly look for predictability, operational efficiency, credible governance, and regional coordination. So if I could ask Ms. Dushkovska, in a few words, what are companies across the region most concerned about today when making long-term investment decisions?
Yes, thank you very much. It is a pleasure, especially following up on the very honest notes on behalf of Minister Forto. It is a good thing that we are all on the same page and we have the mutual understanding throughout both panels today that any factory is only as competitive as it is as the transport and the logistics networks which are connecting it to its suppliers and to its customers. So there is a mutual understanding, which I'm happy about, that when we speak about the extensions of corridors or building and reconstruction of railways or building new distribution centers, we are not talking only or strictly about public investments, but a direct input to the competitiveness of the companies. And if this is a joint concern, there is very much readiness and preparedness on behalf of the private sector to be a joint contributor to solving these challenges and to contributing to this new wave of connectivity within the region. However, there is the aspect of attracting FDIs, but also mobilizing domestic investors, because there is potential also within the region to mobilize and activate them in implementing the goals of the connectivity agenda. Some of the actions have been brought to the stage, for example, by the government in North Macedonia in the last couple of months, and this is a practice that should be built upon and further developed. But we should be realistic that at the moment there are several issues which leave the private sector commitment to long-term investments at a limited level. And I would sum them up to a few keywords, that is predictability, execution, fragmentation, and partnership, or I'd better say the lack of each of these aspects. Because when in a situation when any serious investor is considering a 10 or 20 years investment project, what he is looking at is not simply a spreadsheet in isolation, but he is considering a changing world. He is not looking for the lowest costs, but surroundings where those investments can be carried out in a very practical, very credible manner and reliable, predictable manner. So the key question that investor considering involvement in a possible investment is asking themselves is to what extent they can predict what will the rules of the game be in the next 10 or 20 years. Because if we are expecting from him a commitment for the next 20 years to deliver some big long-term investment, then there is the reasonable expectation on their behalf that the legislational framework, the licensing procedure, or the taxation regime remains more or less predictable. I'm not speaking that the businesses are asking guarantee for zero risks, because dealing and managing risks goes to the very essence of doing business. But if there are too many unpredictable turmoils in the regulatory framework, as is the situation in many of the countries throughout the region, then private investors simply decide to stay away from the potential involvement in the process. The next aspect is the execution. We all very well know that we have the strategies, the plans, the documents being adopted across the region, and they are fully in alignment with the EU acquis. But what a potential investor is very deeply screening when initializing a new investment is the issue how, at what pace those documents are really brought into practice. How mature are the investment projects? How is the coordination internally between different institutions and between different countries going and being handled, and whether there are some delays which result on changes in political cycles, or maybe possibly in simply administrative discretionary authorizations. The next aspect that was very much discussed throughout the panel is the fragmentation, something that is very close to what I do and to my heart. And we have on ground the growth plan, the common regional market, many of the strategic framework documents. We should set the region as operating as single region in a manner contributing to eliminating many of the problems, barriers at the borders that my two co-panelists from the private sector were addressing previously. However, what we're lacking again is their implementation, their full integration into practice. Because if a company is considering about investing in a distribution center or intermodal terminal, they are relying on the premise that they will be operating in a single, efficiently connected market. If they still remain working in 6 or 7 fragmented and in many aspects diverging markets, then the financial math behind the investments, when they started the process some time ago, simply doesn't work. So they back out of the process. And finally, there is the issue of partnership, which is poorly connected to the motto of today's event. And it is our position on behalf of the businesses that all strategic issues, objectives, and the implementation of infrastructure investments should be handled out jointly by governments, by businesses, and by IFIs from the very outset, from the status or the situation of planning and project design. So to sum up, on behalf of the private sector, there is a readiness to invest, to get actively involved, and to support all the other stakeholders in overcoming the hurdles in the process and having connected region, because that goes to the core of the competitiveness of the business themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, predictability and execution implementation for public sector, for donors, for financiers, and for countries. For the second round of questions, I'll set a 30-second challenge to answer in a very concise manner. If I could start with Mr. Mandaloris, what would genuinely convince international investors that this region is becoming a stable, long-term connectivity market? 30 seconds.
30 seconds. So I will try to say in bullets what is the most important things. Predictability is more important than incentives, which means that we need to have a very specific way of doing business, on doing our priorities, on doing our institutions, and to have a broadly stable throughout the life of investment in order to be sure that the investors will come. First. The second, investors invest in pipelines, not in projects. So we need to cooperate with each other. And third, investor value integrated markets to reduce risk. And this is very important.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very concise and to the point. Minister Dimas, if I may ask, connectivity increasingly depends not only on infrastructure itself, but also on coordination between ports, railways, logistics operators, and border systems, as we've discussed. Where does regional coordination still fall short?
On many issues. First of all, we need more financial tools, money. We need people. We need procedures, better procedures. We need cooperation, and we need expertise. When we have all of these five, we can coordinate much more effectively.
Thank you. Thank you. Vice Prime Minister Bolea, what reforms beyond infrastructure are now becoming most urgent for attracting larger scale international investments?
Noi trebuie făcute pentru a atrage mai multe investiții.
First and foremost, we have to discuss the legislation of the European Union to be identical with the economic agents who want to invest into the construction project. They have to understand that they have to comply with the European rules. This is what Moldavia is doing. We have to approach mature projects like the railways, like the ones on the motorway. Today we collaborate very well with the European Union, with the Bank of Europe, in order to attract financial resources from private investors. So, bank structures can also attract investors. So the key is the European regulations and comply with the European regulations.
30 seconds. How can the wider region position itself more strategically within Europe's evolving industrial and supply chain geography?
It's a difficult question, and it's not easy to respond. Let me start with a joke. Apart from what God has given us, which is geographic position, all European countries, our countries, Balkan countries, should offer quality infrastructure and predictability, regulatory environment that will guarantee certainty for investments made. Here a lot has been said. I think that there are many common points and joint conclusions how to advance, improve this part of Balkans, how to better connect it. We spoke about roads, railways, but this time I want to emphasize also river. You have given me 30 seconds. Since Serbia has no sea, as some other present panelists or countries, we have Danube, but possibility apart from developing railways infrastructure to develop our Danube corridor with 4 major ports on Danube, on which Serbia will work intensively. Another sentence. Currently on Danube we had Prahovo port, a port where the state invested 45 million of euros, and for many reasons this port is a very important hub, and at the same time it will be first green terminal in Serbia. So apart from what God has given us, we have to improve legislation, regulations, and instead of being competitive, we should be partners in all projects. Only together and through connection everything is possible. Without that, very difficult.
Deputy Minister Darkaj, over to Ukraine again. As new trade and logistics patterns emerge across Europe, how can Ukraine work with neighboring countries to ensure that today's emergency connectivity solutions evolve into long-term transport and economic corridors?
I think we are trying actually to do it throughout, especially last years, to make it quite not a challenge, but opportunity actually to have more tight contacts with the neighboring countries. We signed several agreements which actually gives us the opportunity to leave the barriers and bureaucracy. For example, we signed agreements with several countries, even present here, that we lifted the permits for the road transport, which actually gives us the opportunity to boost our economy with the trade and with the transportation. So I would say that we can accelerate on this one. So more communication, more tight contacts, more, let's say, lifting down the barriers that we have still within and between our countries that definitely will help us all. And we can, as I mentioned before, then we can first share experience, definitely, and plan everything together. So if we have connectivity road plan, so it's better to plan it throughout the whole lane and throughout the whole countries. Then we have a very comprehensive project rather than the part being made in one country, but there is no connection on the other side. You cannot build the border crossing on one part of the country if another country is not actually building the same border crossing on the other side. Just there is no point because there's the dead end. So the more we have more strategic perspective and actually agreement, that would be much better. Thanks.
Indeed. Thank you. Mr. Viridis, again, what would make companies choose these corridors commercially, not politically?
Money.
Money.
Listen, cargo owners always look at their balance sheet, period. No matter how you name a corridor, if it is 10, if it is green, if it is intergalactic, whatever. It has to make sense for the end user to use it. And the end user looks for his balance sheet, looks for his company cost, for the production cost, how to make more money, period. There are many things that we can discuss. Predictability has been mentioned. Cost transparency, very important. No hidden costs, no demarages, no service processing fees in various countries in our area. Cost transparency. And the less digital resistance. Again, automation, technology. And please, all those involved in these investments in this room, keep one thing in mind. Don't treat these corridors like an investment project. Don't treat them like a political initiative or a bilateral country connection. Treat it as a commercial product. That's how you will attract customers. And the commercial product needs a management throughout the chain, not every country to treat the corridor with its own approach, needs KPIs, needs accountability. How many countries in this room would be ready to sign a service level agreement at the borders with the big companies that are using this corridor, Nike, whoever, so they could commit that you will only take this amount of time at the borders. Not 5 hours, not 10, not 15 the next day. A specific service agreement. That's how you attract customers. That's how you will make the corridors successful.
Thank you indeed. Cost efficiency, economic viability, and ultimately time is money. So Minister Forto, how important is digitalization for regional competitiveness?
is too important. I suggested something at one of the digital summits that are making rounds in the Western Balkan countries. We have digital summits, and we adopted one initiative that the initiative was to establish, like we have the energy community for the Western Balkans, we have transport community that brought us here, we need digital community for the Western Balkans. Bringing infrastructure but also service digital projects in Western Balkan countries that don't talk to each other, that are not interoperable, it's going to take us years and years to figure this out. If we have a systemic approach to the digital community, we would solve this. All this is for the European Commission suggestion. Also, suggestion to the colleagues here from the region. We need to kill the bilateral permits for truck drivers. We need to liberalize. We need to do away with these people. I'm sick of dealing with the quotas. We are too small of a market. We can just integrate for ourselves. Just kill all the permits, bilateral permits. We don't need them. And then we need to pressure some of the European countries that are too strict on the bilateral permits together to do away with quotas as well. Because it seems like the EU sometimes wants to integrate us, but not really. We need to show that our transport sector is competitive in the EU. It is already, and we need to open the market for them. And finally, truck drivers crossing borders. We need to fix this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me conclude by stressing again that connectivity is no longer an infrastructure agenda. It's increasingly an agenda of competitiveness, resilience, and economic security. I want to thank all the panelists for a very strategic and forward-looking discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just before, please come back to the stage. We need a family photo for the panel once again. And then we will conclude the panel and the summit, please. Thank you very much. What a photo that will be, I'm quite sure. So once again, thank you so much to all the speakers for an excellent and forward-looking discussion. We will now move to the concluding remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, to close the formal part of our program, I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Mona Björklund, Director for Policy Coordination, Director General for Mobility and Transport at the European Commission. Ms. Björklund, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, also from my side. Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This morning has gone very fast, but now we have come to the closing of this morning. First again, I would like to extend a big thanks from the European Commission side also to the Transport Community Secretariat, to Mate and his team, also of course to the EIB, EBRD for the great organization of today's event, and of course to our great host, Minister Dimas, for really welcoming us here in the wonderful city of Thessaloniki. I think we've all very much enjoyed this venue. A few words to try to sum up what we have heard here today, this morning. I think one thing that is very important is that transport connectivity has been confirmed to be a highly positive agenda. And it has been confirmed to be really one of the most powerful instruments to bring economies together, to bring people together, to strengthen regional cooperation, but also, as has been stressed very much today, to increase and reinforce our joint security, also from an economic perspective, but of course also from a defense situation. we have learned about a number of challenges here today. We also, first of all, need to know that to realize our joint ambitions for connectivity, we need infrastructure investments, and that is, of course, the focus of our talks here today. I have the figure that we need more than 25 billion euros for identified investment needs in Western Balkans alone. Of course, apart from mobilizing the necessary financing, we've also heard about the importance of bringing in European companies and those for the region to help deliver well-planned, well-defined infrastructure projects that meet also the required standards set out by the EU. This was referred to, whether it is regarding safety, sustainability, or digital standards. We also heard, especially now in the last session, that we also need to develop, of course, a regulatory framework in the region and with the regional partners that is prone to attract the operators to engage in the different projects. Here we heard about the need for predictability. We also heard about the need to align with EU standards and legislation to make true interconnectivity and interoperability within the region stemming from these investments. All of this is, of course, challenging. This is why the European Commission, and as was also confirmed this morning by Commissioner Tzitzikostas, we were very happy to see the organization of this event here today and of the topic. And I think really we can confirm that it has been successful. I mean, we've had great high-level political participation. We've had numerous business representatives here, and I think we've had a very high quality of the exchanges this morning. Looking at the challenges, we've talked about them. I would also like to conclude from this morning that we also have demonstrated, I think, that there is a clear path forward. On the EU side, as you know, we are approaching now the end of the current multi-annual financial framework, and we're currently discussing already what will the priorities be for the next 7-year budget cycle. Our Commissioner referred to the fact this morning that for Connecting Europe facility, for TEN-T projects, we have a doubling of the budget foreseen for the next MFF, also with a focus on military mobility and other types of investments that we need to pursue. We need to seize the opportunity and move forward to deliver on our TEN-T objectives. As was said this morning as well, we have a first deadline for the core network already by 2030, and that is clearly around the corner. It's approaching very fast. So we need to ensure that we have a strong pipeline of projects that are mature, bankable, and capable of attracting this investment both from public and private sources. And to manage to attract these sources, we need a renewed focus on project selection, preparation, and delivery. And linked to that, we need a strengthened administrative capacity at all levels to support this preparation of the projects and the delivery of the projects. Here we have also heard, and it was nice to hear, we heard about some calls for stronger conditions for grants and clearer checks and balances, and I think that's something we will take with us and look into how we can apply moving forward. We also, of course, have to focus on the projects that are underway. I mean, we have ongoing investments underway. We need to pursue their completion without delay, and we need to make sure that we do indeed make efficient use of all the available funding. As was said very clearly also here this morning, effective corridor development also depends on strong regional coordination and close cooperation amongst all partners. We cannot work in isolation. The EU is advancing this work through the finalization of the work plans for each European transport corridor, including the Western Balkans, Eastern Mediterranean corridor. And here we had Mr. Marinescu with us this morning presenting the work plan precisely for this corridor. These plans are extremely important. They will provide a crucial strategic framework for prioritizing the most impactful transport investments in the years ahead. And in this context, again, let me repeat that improving project quality remains essential. So I think we have quite common priorities that have become clear here this morning. We must enhance infrastructure efficiency and competitiveness. We need infrastructure that is sustainable and resilient. Our infrastructure must also support military mobility where this is required. And this really means that the projects across the region has to be developed in line with these objectives and standards. And this, again, this is where the European companies come in with their expertise and knowledge. And we really need to engage everyone in this room and beyond to ensure that we can meet these objectives together. And I know that today's event is not over because there will also be a very important networking event in the afternoon. So that will, from our perspective, also allow further discussions, bring people together between administrations and companies. So in conclusion, from my perspective, I think that we have really identified not only challenges, but also what foundations we need and what measures we need to pursue success. We have a clear strategic framework now via the work plans. We have strong commitments from the partners, as has been showed here today, and we have a growing pipeline of mature projects, and we have the expertise in the room to deliver them. So really, in conclusion, I would call on everyone to move ahead, take away what they have learned from this conference here today, and let's move forward to action and put all of the different discussions we've had here today into practice and move on towards delivery. Like that, I think we will be able to meet these ambitious objectives that we have set ourselves. That was my conclusion of the seminar from my perspective, but before leaving the scene here, I wanted still to address one specific person here, who is Matej Zakończyk. He announced already in his introduction that today is actually his last ministerial meeting as head of the Transport Community Secretariat. You can come up here, Matej. Please stand here in the middle. Yeah, no, Matej has been director for the TCT Secretariat for 6 years now. And you are in the process now of handing over the responsibility for the TCT Secretariat to the next generation of leadership. And I think we can all agree that in these 6 years, you have really made wonders. You have built up the transport community from the ground up. And really, under your leadership, you have managed to establish the Secretariat and the TCT as a respected and trusted institution across the region, but also in the European Union, and that is not a small achievement. I think I can speak for all of us when saying that your relentless drive and engagement, you have really helped to strengthen the cooperation amongst partners. You have promoted regional connectivity, and you have contributed to bringing transport policy in the region closer to European standards. And I think you also, with your personality and personal style, you have truly embodied core mission of transport community. You have really put at the core of your work to build connections between economies, between countries, but also very importantly between people. And many of us here today have had the privilege to work closely with you over these years, and I think I'm not alone to have appreciated very much your professionalism, your expertise, your relentless dedication, but also your openness, integrity, and ability to bring people together. I think we can all testify that you have always dealt with even the most difficult challenges, which you have faced with optimism, good humor, and also with a smile. And I think this has really made our collaboration both productive and genuinely enjoyable. On a personal note, I personally also have greatly enjoyed working with you over these years, and I think it has moved from a professional relationship also into a true friendship relationship, which I truly hope that we will keep up. So on behalf of the Commission and all the partners represented here today, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for your service and your commitment and your friendship. So I just wanted to hand over a little token of appreciation. I mean, you see here already we have done a little collage. First of all, I will give you this. So we have done a little collage that we will also hand over. He can keep it in his new office, wherever he will end up. That really, I think, it illustrates you in your role. Of course, it only reflects a small part of your journey, but I think what is interesting with the pictures is that we show really how multimodal Mate is. I mean, he is using all the different transport modes, and of course he also walks, and he really likes to bike, so it's not only railroad and maritime, of course, that you have applied in this region. And I think also you have, I think there's not a corner of the Western Balkan region that you haven't visited over these 6 years. And I think this has also helped enormously to build trust. And of course, it has built your understanding of the region and what it needs to really advance with its transport integration into the European Union. The same goes also for Moldova and Ukraine, of course, where you have really engaged heavily. So thank you again, and best wishes to this next chapter of your journey. A few words? Or
maybe you could just come and do this one.
You can come.
I really didn't expect that, so if you are free for my future weddings and so on, I will definitely invite you, Mona. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for these kind words. Thank you for making this embarrassing collage. Some of the pictures are very funny, and some I see I need a new tie on some of them. But really, thank you very much for your kindness. And again, there's a lot of things that we talked about, and I don't want to repeat what we talked about when it comes to transport. But transport community has two words, transport and community. And without the community and without building this community with you throughout the years, the transport would be meaningless. And that's why our work together, but together, that we are really together connected, has been the heart of it, and perhaps really my biggest pleasure as well as my biggest honor. So thank you very much, and thank you for the flowers, and thank you for the memories. Thank you.
Well, it's not enough of thanking everyone. Thank you, Mona, for your closing remarks, and thank you, Matej, for allowing us to display this even though you didn't know. So sorry for a small embarrassment, but it was a bit behind your back agreement with the European Commission. I hope you don't mind. Thank you very much again, Mr. Björklund, for your concluding remarks. And now I would like to invite Mr. Stelios Sakaretsios, Secretary General for Transport at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport of the Hellenic Republic. Please.
Distinguished ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's summit, I would like to thank all of you for your participation and for the constructive discussions we had through the day. What I take away from today's exchange is that there is a strong common understanding of both of the opportunities and the challenges ahead. We all know what needs to be done. The question now is how quickly and how effectively we can deliver. For me, one message stands out. We need to remain focused on implementation. We need to stay committed to our timelines, accelerate project preparation, and work together to bring as many projects as possible to a mature stage, ready for financing and execution. The transport sector does not move forward through declarations alone. It moves forward through mature projects, effective coordination, and steady follow-through. This is where our efforts must be concentrated in the months ahead. I am particularly pleased that tomorrow Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania will hold a trilateral meeting during which we will announce the first common projects resulting from many months of intensive cooperation. This is an important moment for all of us, not only because the projects themselves, but because it demonstrates that regional cooperation can produce concrete results. It shows that when administrations work closely together, when technical teams stay engaged, and when this is a shared commitment to deliver, progress follows. I would therefore like to express my sincere appreciation to all the members that have worked for these projects intensively during this period. Many of the achievements we discussed today, as the result of the countless hours of preparation, coordination, and hard work behind the scenes. Their contribution deserves recognition and thanks. I would also like to acknowledge the leadership of our Minister, Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, our host today, Mr. Christos Dimas. Through his guidance, coordination, and strong commitment to regional cooperation, he had helped establish solid foundations for our cross-border partnerships and has provided the political support needed to move important initiatives forward. The momentum we are seeing today did not happen by accident. It is the result of sustained effort and a clear commitment to working together. Let us therefore leave this summit with a clear objective to maintain this momentum, to deliver our commitments, and to continue building the projects that we strengthen connectivity, competitiveness, and prosperity across our region. Before closing, I would also like to acknowledge Mate for his contribution to the transport community over the past 6 years. Under his leadership, the transport community has helped advance the connectivity agenda across the Western Balkans and the wider region. As he moves to a new chapter, I would like to thank him for his dedication, and I wish him every success in his future endeavors. Thank you very much for being here, and I wish you all safe travels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sakaretsios. Now, for the final concluding remarks, and we promise we don't have any more up on our sleeves, I have the honor to invite you once again, our host, as you probably heard multiple times today, His Excellency Mr. Christos Stavroudima, Minister of Infrastructure and Transport of the Hellenic Republic. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I only need 3 hours to conclude. I'm just kidding. But I really do want to thank all of you for your participation here, but also for your strong commitment to actually make this happen. I want to start thanking, first of all, the transport community and Mate for having the idea and implementing it. I also have to thank Daphne Koulousiou, my diplomatic advisor, for the excellent cooperation you have had organizing today's event. Of course, I need to thank EBRD, EIB, the European Commission, and of course, my fellow ministers, my fellow colleagues from all of the countries for, as I said, their commitment and their participation. You know, some years ago, I was somewhere in Western Europe, and some people were telling me that, you know, you in the Balkans, you have a problem for every solution. I think that after so many decades of tension and uncertainty in our wider region, we all understand and we publicly commit ourselves in this public discourse that we need to take great steps forward, steps that would actually help us create win-win situations. And I think there isn't a better step forward from actually trying to see how we could increase connectivity in the region, how we can increase links between important infrastructure through rail, road networks, and this is a huge opportunity for all of us. So we do have to work close together. It's not an easy task. It's actually difficult to implement an infrastructure project within one country. We all know that. Imagine how much more difficult it is to do it in several countries. So it's absolutely necessary. We need commitment. We need leadership, and I want to thank Mr. Marinescu as well for his leadership and his coordination for the corridor. And what I do want to say is today is an important first step. An important first step, though, and we end there because we have to continue with greater velocity in order to achieve our goals. The quicker we coordinate between us and we cooperate in order to actually implement this project, the more benefits we will have for all of our countries. So again, thank you very much for your commitment, your presence, and I am sure that we will now start working our action plan with specific projects in order to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister and Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the formal part of the Transport. This brings to the formal part of the Transport Investment Summit to a close. So, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all the ministers, speakers, participants, and partners for their valuable contributions. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport of the Hellenic Republic for hosting us, and colleagues from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the European Investment Bank, the transport community, the Western Balkan Investment Framework for their cooperation and support in making this summit possible, and I hope a success. Thank you once again for being with us. Now, let me also share one more logistical detail. Lunch is already being served in the hotel restaurant, and we kindly ask you to proceed to the same area. And also please note that the networking event will take place from 3 to 4:30 in the Timber Hall. Timber Hall is located on when you go to these doors of the main hall. So thank you once again, and we look forward to continuing the conversations this afternoon. Thank you very much.